Good morning, everybody. Welcome to VS Code Live Agent Sessions Day. My name is Burke, and I am here with Olivia. Hey, Olivia. How's it going?
Hey, Burke, I think I'm having some issues with your audio, but I think reading by body language, I can tell that you cued it over to me.
I did.
So hello, everyone. Yeah, there we go. I think we know each other well enough now, Burke, that we can just kind of cue in like little signals. Exactly. Read your mind. We're good. Hey, everyone. My name is Olivia McVicker. I'm so excited to be here with you all today, as Burke mentioned, for Agent Sessions Day. So we have such a jam-packed day ahead of us. Burke, I see that you're tuning in from the studios. Looks like a really fun setup there. Tell me a little bit about what's going on.
Right. Well, right behind me is where things actually get filmed. So we're in the studios here on campus. And yeah, we got a lot of great sessions coming up today. A couple of the ones, Olivia, that I'm kind of excited about. Let's see. Courtney's got one on custom agents, which I'm kind of a big fan of. I do a lot of custom agents in my VS Code. There's a session on how VS Code uses AI to actually build and ship VS Code, which is fascinating. It's a lot more than just prompting, as you can imagine. There's workflows, there's code reviews, there's checks, there's automated processes. You're going to want to tune in for that. What else? Oh, there's a vibe coding competition, I hear.
Yes,
apparently the people who are doing it don't know what they're vibe coding. I feel very sorry for them. I'm glad that's not me.
Oh, I know. That was going to be what I was saying I'm most excited for. We have a pretty exciting live coding segment with some people here today. So Burke doesn't even know what he's getting into. I know what he's getting into.
Oh, it is me? I have to do it?
Yeah, but so look, y'all.
Super exciting, jam-packed schedule this morning. What are you excited for, Olivia?
Oh, I'm really excited. So there's some really cool Copilot CLI and VS Code integration demos coming up. Like I mentioned, super excited for the live coding because that's going to kind of take all the pieces that we're going to see demoed live and like literally just build something with it. I think like one of the things with agentic development in this world of just everything changing so quickly is that you hear a lot about features and okay, this thing just landed, but you don't actually know how they all piece together into a cohesive flow to actually create something. So I'm really, really excited to see you and Pierce kind of go and dive into that. And we'll see how it goes. So good luck.
Yeah, you get to see our AI workflows. Prepare to be very underwhelmed. It's a lot of pasting things back into the chat with fix it. No, I'm kidding. Chat, by the way, I would like to know, before we get into all that, which models should we use? Like, we'll let you call it. Which models should Pierce use? Which models should I use? But your only two choices are Opus and GPT-5.3. So you can give one to me and one to Pierce, but you got to let us know which ones we're using.
Okay. Well, I wonder, should we actually let chat decide that?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, let's
go ahead and let chat decide that. Chat, if you're watching, make sure to go ahead and use our chat today because we are taking all your suggestions during the live coding today. We're answering your questions. We've got team members all through the chat. So let us know what models Burke and Pierce should be using.
I won't listen to a word you say, chat, but I do want to know what you I will do whatever it takes to win. That's who I am. He'll
take input, but he might not necessarily listen to it.
Right, that's exactly right. Yeah, my family will tell you the same thing. So some other stuff that's coming up today, Olivia. What else have we got on this? We have a keynote from Harald.
We do have a keynote from Harald. Yeah, we have a keynote from Harald, again, kind of showing a lot of, the big pieces of the multi-agent development. Kind of why we're all here today is because VS Code has really started evolving into this home for multi-agent developments. That's a lot. That's agent orchestration. That's choosing the right models for tasks. That's, customizing to make sure it fits your flow. There's so many different pieces for that. And so we're going to kind of see that in a nice keynote. And then all throughout the day, different features like MCP, we're going to see that integrated browser in VS Code so you can test and debug really easily. And I mean, there's so much more. We have so much planned for y'all. We're all so excited for it. To actually kick us off today, though, Burke, we have a really cool kickoff where we're actually going to take a step back and look from a few months ago when the vision of multi-agent development with VS Code and GitHub Copilot was announced back at GitHub Universe. And then we actually caught up with Kyle Daigle, who's the COO of GitHub, to really talk about how that vision has made a huge step forward in today's product. So I think we can go ahead and cue that up. Burke, I'm excited for today. Thank you for being here, everyone.
Agent HQ is welcoming every coding agent to GitHub.
We're opening a new chapter with GitHub as Claude becomes a native collaborator with Agent HQ.
We're building Codex into a single teammate that works with you everywhere you build.
Every agent is available in a single view. That means I can stay in VS Code to kick off, monitor, and review agent sessions.
Agent HQ offers a single place. It's your favorite coding agent's favorite platform. Hey everyone, I'm Kyle Daigle, the COO of GitHub. Welcome to Agent Sessions Day. You just saw some of the moments from Universe that was back in October. That day, we laid out a vision. Agent HQ, a single home for developers and agents working together all on GitHub in the flow. That was the vision. Our teams have been building non-stop since then, and I'm excited you're here because we just made a huge leap forward. Here's what's new. Copilot Pro Plus and Enterprise users can now run Claude, Codex, and GitHub Copilot as coding agents on GitHub, in VS Code, and on GitHub Mobile, and soon in Copilot CLI. 3 frontier agents, 1 subscription. No separate tools, no separate accounts. Just pick the right agent for the job or run all 3 and compare. That's developer choice, and it's baked into everything that we're building. Now, at Universe, Pierce showed you a glimpse of how all these agent sessions work inside of VS Code. What we shipped last week takes that all much further. The agent sessions view is your single pane of glass. Local agents, background agents, cloud agents, all in one place, all at the same time. Kick off a Copilot Cloud agent session for a well-defined refactor. Run Codex for something more exploratory. Or assign the same task to multiple agents and compare how they approach it. One agent might optimize for modularity. Another hunts for edge cases. A third proposes the smallest, most backwards compatible change. You're not just coding faster. You're making better decisions by seeing competing approaches before you commit. There's so much more. Parallel sub-agents, custom agents, handoffs. We're building so much with the community using open standards like MCP apps and agent skills, and you're going to see a lot of that today. Look. A year ago, we were just introducing agent mode. Today, you've got 3 frontier agents, an open ecosystem where the community is building tools, skills, and integrations faster than we can even count. Agents don't just suggest code. They open pull requests, respond to reviews, and they ship. There's never been more ways to build. More models, more agents, more tools. And we want all of that to meet you right where you already work. This is what it looks like when the community, the editor, and the platform all move together. So that's why we're here today. Agent Sessions Day is all about showing you how this works in practice. You're going to see live demos, real workflows, and people building this stuff every single day. We want to show you how to actually use multi-agent development, not just hear about it on social media. Whether you're a solo dev or an enterprise team, working in VS Code or GitHub or the CLI, your agents are ready. We've got an awesome day planned to show you all of this in action. So welcome to Agent Sessions Day. Let's go. Happy coding.
Good morning, Agent Sessions Day, and all people dialing in, everybody watching this later. I'm Harald Kirschner. I work on VS Code, so it's super exciting to have a day for the team to just show off what they've been working on. So this is VS Code. You know it. But over the last few months, it became something more. A place where you don't just write code, you direct agents that write it for you. And this is my morning now. 6 sessions, 3 different agents types in one dashboard. Each of these did something. And a feature improvement, a bug fix, even a report where an agent went through my app like a real user, provided really critical feedback. This report, an agent actually made it. It used my app like a real person would, tested the experience, clicked through, wrote what worked, what didn't work, and I can actually just use it. But let me actually rewind and show me what we're working on. Over here. This is Workshop Factory. It's a CLI that generates structured workshops. Let's create a new one for vibe coding for PMs. I'm a PM, I do vibe coding. I want to teach it. Beginner level is great. Let's do static HTML. It's a good start. And do 30 minutes so we get through this workshop quickly. So it generates because teaching matters is a big part of my job. But we ship AI features too fast for content to keep up. Topic, audience, stack duration, and Copilot SDK assembles everything under the hood. And while it generates, let me show you how this looks like in the end. This is one I generated before. It's beautiful. And the exercises build on each other. We have checkpoints and real code. It works. But the CLI could use a warmer welcome as not just this header, because everybody these days likes a good banner. Let me kick that off. Ooh, we got to fix that too. This UI glitching here. So I want to animate the Workshop Factory as a banner ASCII art. And I'm going to use plan mode. And this is something cool. It's very visual. It's very iterative. I want to give feedback. So this is a perfect case for running things locally. And you see planning has evolved heavily in VS Code. First, it fans out reading files. It's using a background subagent using Explorer to actually find all the related files very quickly. I also have different skills that you see it picks up along the way. It finds we have Ink 6 and React 19, and it will go through this plan and report back. Meanwhile, as this plans, actually let's kick off the other thing as well, because we also wanted to fix that rendering issue. So what do we have? I guess I already had this ready as I found the bug before. Go back here. So we have the resizing the terminal breaks rendering. I don't need planning here. I trust the agent with that one, and I'm going to send it off to a work tree, which means it's going to run in the background. We don't need to move the changes. We're just going to carry over what's in main. So let's go back to my plan. Meanwhile, the plan finished, which is awesome. So what ideas to bring to the creative? Oh, build a little factory. That's perfect. Does it have some cool animations? Smokestacks. Let's do it. Start implementation. We'll move out of plan into agent mode. Let's do another one. Let's do some more feature work where we have a clear user story. So this has started working. I started a new agent. And I'm going to give it a task for when creating a workshop. You saw me typing in the audience, like who are these people? Like probably PMs. Just look at how it looks like here. So it already generated it, and I gave it an audience. But actually, I want to be a little bit more explicit, because usually an audience is not just a simple word. So I want to give it a whole file, so I can reuse these audiences as well as I define them. And I'm going to send that one off as well to a work tree, because it's a pretty well-defined user story that the background agent can probably just handle. So script changes again, and it keeps going. Going back, I can see all these agents running. I want to do the last one, though, and that's a big one. It's more explorational. I want to migrate this from Ink to OpenTUI. Again, I'm starting my prompt. Very explorational. I just want to see how it looks like. I want to get a feel for like what does OpenTUI bring to this project. And I'm gonna pick Cloud as an agent here. The agent is gonna just work in a PR, so we can check back in later. So sending off to Cloud, and here it goes. I can just delegate. Okay, we have a bunch of stuff running now. Some already finished, Some don't need input. They're all running. I can track it up here. So 4 things running at once, 5 things running, 5 things running. And in our research, a developer told us the anxiety was not worth the few seconds I saved. And I felt that too. What changed was a better operating model. Stay hands-on locally for visual and exploratory work. Delegate clear, longer-running tasks to background and cloud, and use the right safety net for each. You confirm this one. It's already going. Awesome. And this means, in your case, the quality gates are needed. So we just shipped hooks that run on every tool call, which gives you control on every tool call to say yes or no with scripted elements. The terminal sandbox can lock down execution and file and network access. And for cloud sessions, every PR that lands from me or an agent, CI can catch what ships before it goes out. Deterministic controls actual code that executes, not just prompts. Okay, back to the agents. So the ASCII art was already planning, thinking hard. And just let me show you something else while we had the agents chucking away in the background. And allowing some more commands. We have the dog food agent, and that's another guardrail. Guardrails allow me to work more safely and better understand what the results are. And this agent allows me to understand the output quality from a learner's perspective. We look at it in full size. So it's a dog fooding, it's an opinionated user, it drives a real browser, it documents rough edges, and it's all about user experience. And the workshop factory can generate a full workshop in minutes, but would a first-time attendee actually learn from it? And that's the question. Let's try with the dog food agent and have it critically look at our slides that are already generated before. Open the full agent. So look at the workshop vibe coding. We're going to run this and a new one, local, and pick the dog food agent. And it's going to look at the existing slide deck I generated up front and look at it like a workshop attendee. You want to get this learner experience. And there it runs. It's going to use, if you look at the script, it's going to use Playwright. It's going to look at the code to understand how it needs to test. It's going to look at the product brief and everything else. It's a persona. It has access to a browser and our product idea. It's all composed into one agent, and we'll check back later. Let's see if that live coding got me anywhere with the banner. It needs to serve the slides. And we got the ASCII art. Want to see how it looks like? Let's open up back to the terminal. Close the last one out. This is awesome. The lights went on, the workshop, the factory is working. I like the font choice. That's the first good creative shot. I'm going to run it again. Let's see. I think there's even smoke. Yes, perfect. Okay, that's fun. Quick visual polish like this is exactly what I want to keep this work locally. And early today, I actually already summarized something else. So since we have a product that people are supposed to use for workshops, I actually talked to a few people in DevRel if they would use it and what they would expect. That's the right one. Internal review feedback. So, and I used WorkIQ. WorkIQ is a Microsoft MCP server that can access Teams, meetings, and calls and transcripts. And it pulled all the decisions from my internal review and pulled it into specific product feedback that I can now execute on. So it's a really good feedback. I agree with it. So I actually do want to file issues and assign the quick wins to GitHub Copilot. So that's actually what I already did last night for some of those. And that's my new end of day pattern. I wake up to drafts and PRs, the new ones from this call, I'll assign those two. Where'd this go? I'm going to authenticate with GitHub. And there's always a good demo when it gets locked out between. There we go. And we're back. Just move auth in GitHub Copilot and VS Code. So what's cool, every PR that I get from this session will already have Copilot's code review agent before I even look at it. So where are we? Checking in. We have the local banner done. We have the resizing the terminal breaks is still searching for stuff. That's awesome. We can go back to it later. This one has the first changes in. It's running verification. And the OpenTUI migration is gathering context. So it's a lot of stuff happening at the same time. In our research, a developer told us, I'm not using this interface as an engineer anymore. I'm using this interface as a very technical project manager of agents. And agent sessions is where I check what's running, what's done, and what needs my attention. Okay, as this runs, we have the session I showed before with a few things completed. So open this up. We have let's check in on the TUI work. This is the early one, and we have another one from the past. There we go. So over 2,700 lines of changes combined. And it looked up OpenTUI. It had access to a skill. It actually ran code review on the results. So the code review gave the agent feedback on the code as well, and it addressed that, which is awesome to see. And then it summarizes. It went from Inc to OpenTUI. Gives me some code examples as well on how it looks like. And that's why I want to run this. It's very explorational. I just want to get a feel for what this migration can look like. And I can easily check this out and play around with it if I had more time. But let's go back to the other ones. We're going to see the, here actually in this session, we did another interesting animation also of the factory. Okay, let's look at the developer efficacy feedback as well. That got filed. And creating a workshop. It's over here. Yes, it wants to file 2 different issues. It already looked at I will allow this tool in this workspace. That's what it's here for creating issues. And it already found 2 existing issues. So it didn't even file duplicates that I have to close out, because Copilot will upfront look at them, it created the issues and assigned them, and then we'll see the sessions again pop up in our list. Really awesome. So that's where I get this project management feel a lot more. Okay, let's look at the dogfooding agent. How do you think that went? So it still runs here. It's taking screenshots, it's browsing, it's thinking critically. You see this title clipping issues and a few other things. So let's see how this report looked like in the end. And it's nice because like the agent doesn't just have access to Playwright. I also gave it a skill in the repo to bring really nice explainer sites. And this is actually what I like to look at more, because now the explainer sites actually have the Playwright screenshots included as well, which is really awesome. So there's a few opportunities. We have a blocker and a few rough edges. And that's really good learner feedback. That's what I want from an agent. I don't just want quick QA if all the buttons work. You can build these personas in a way that they reflect what you need from your product and how you want to have quality handled. This is why I want this opinionated learner feedback. So 6 sessions at the start, and some of them still running, some of them completed, depending on how we want to work fast, local, or remotely. So you can do this too. You can become an orchestrator, a conductor of agents, and run these locally. And this is how I recommend you to start. Get this fitting. So pick one task, keep one local, and delegate one to a background or PR. Just open up VS Code, break your tasks into multiple steps depending on how you feel confident with them, run the first step in the background, stop there, and see how the agent does. Build that understanding of the agent. Use agent sessions to run local, background, and cloud, all from the same dashboard. Set up these customizations. Play with custom agents, infuse them with personas you care about in your workflow. Add skills that give them new capabilities, like building beautiful explainer sites or building slides like I did. And add MCP to connect them to all the critical context they would need when you work. And then think about the quality gates. Hooks, terminal sandbox, and CI can give you this confidence and deterministic control that is not prompts. And everything in this talk is runnable today in VS Code. So next up, we have Peng, Liu, and Piers talking about how the VS Code team builds with AI. I'm super excited about that one. So stay there and stay come for the whole day to follow along how the team works with AI and what we shipped. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Pierce, and I am so stoked to be with all of you at Agent Sessions Day. I lead the PM team here on VS Code and GitHub Copilot. And who am I joined with?
My name is Peng. I'm an engineer manager on VS Code team. And my team mostly works on notebook, search, remote, and very recently, agents integration into VS Code.
Awesome. So to kick off Agent Sessions Day, one thing we really thought would be cool is, obviously on the VS Code team, we're using AI to build the product, right? That's kind of self-evident to like all the features we're building, our velocity is speeding up more than ever. But there's also a lot of adjacent tasks that as developers, PMs, designers on the team, we use AI for every single day, right? Mm-hmm. Because of the velocity of the team, we've created new problems for ourselves, right? And so we thought it'd be really cool to show you not just like how we're using AI to speed up feature development inside of VS Code, but also all the tasks around our day-to-day inside of VS Code. So Peng is probably the most AI-forward person we have on the team, kind of exploring these workflows. And so we brought him along to kind of show off some of his workflows that he does every single day.
Right, and to be honest, this is just like 5% of how everyone in this team work, using agents. And we just get a sneak peek into that for today.
Okay, so what are you gonna be showing off first?
So first, quick question. Are you a morning person?
No.
But in our team, we have to, right?
We gotta start early.
Right, we have the other half in Zurich, Switzerland.
Yep.
So we also wake up early while I'm having my morning coffee. First thing I do is come back to VS Code and update VS Code Insiders. And first of all, right, we build this nightly build of VS Code from main branch every day, so we can always use our own products, right? Very up to date to build the product itself. That's what I always do first. And the next thing, which is what I always do, I always come back to my Obsidian, which is a note-taking app, but I open that in VS Code. And then first thing I do will run this custom agent, the one I customize for myself, to check the top priorities for the day. As you can see here, since Obsidian is everything, or you can use whatever note-taking app you use, right? It's all file-based. It will look like my journals. Mm-hmm. Checking my calendar using WorkIQ, which is fetch all the meetings I have. And here's the priorities suggest me for today.
Got a lot of meetings today, man.
Yeah, but it's telling me that I have 3 conflicting ones, and I'm in this most important one, which is Agent Sessions Day, right? And then, right now we ship, VS Code Insiders on a daily basis.
Yep.
But also we ship VS Code Stable weekly. That's why, we meet managers, right? Our leaders meet every week to talk about the weekly goals. And then we have a few interesting AI self-hosting sessions where everyone can show how they embed AI into their work, right?
Yep.
And as you can see here, these my custom agents give me suggestions. Something you have to do by myself, right? Go to this live session. But then a few ones, while you're working on some of the planning, the meetings, you can kick off a few tasks to the background using either background agents, which is backed by Worktree, or using cloud agents. So these are the ones where you are doing other stuff, then you're kicking off, running them in the background, using parallel, tasks as much as possible. Right?
So what's your, you're a manager, right? So you have one-on-ones, you have meetings, as we just saw. So what's typically your workflow? I mean, I know you're pushing a ton of code yourself. Do you just have a dedicated workflow at the end of the day where you're pushing this, or kind of throughout the day in between meetings, are you pushing code?
So I always like begin, at the very beginning of the day, and I'm using these custom agents to look at issues, right? The issues assigned to me and the issues assigned to my team. So I know how much I should prepare when I'm meeting, my team members. But also for the ones assigned to me, and as managing the team, you also write a lot of code, right?
Oh,
and you have to experience your own product, right?
Yeah.
So then I will kick off multiple of them. Some of them in the background using Worktree, some of them just go to Copilot coding agents.
Yep.
They all run in the cloud. And then when I come back from meetings, then we'll give them a check out them locally, do some verification, then merge.
That's a really cool thing. Like, I feel like there was like this famous article, I think it was Paul Graham, it was like the maker and manager schedule, and it was like they're incompatible with each other. But like, I agree with you, like the really cool thing about AI is like, especially for like, the types of things we work on, in between meetings, I'll be like, oh, like someone in the meeting literally mentioned this thing, we need to go do it. And like, I'll just fire off like 3 or 4 agents before I go to the next meeting. And of course they'll be done at some point during the meeting, but you really can get like a lot of stuff done. But I have had to come up with some excuses, Peng, because usually like, okay, the meeting ends and then someone's gonna talk for way too long. It's not gonna end on time. And then the next meeting starts, I have to make up an excuse because I have to go review my agents. I have to be like, I need to see what's going on. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom, I need some water. But what I'm actually doing, going and looking at my agents, prompting again, kicking them off again before my next meeting.
Right, and also it's like a habit you need to develop now, right?
Yeah.
Because previously you're always working things in sequence.
Yep.
But now you are empowered of doing things in parallel.
Yep.
Right. You have to build this habit of, okay, while you're waiting for one session to run,
Yep.
you quickly kick off a few.
And in VS
others.
Code, you can run multiple sessions at once. So if you have like
Right.
multiple thoughts, you don't have to block on waiting
Right.
for the agent to be done.
And for me, the other habit change is previously, in the meetings I write down notes. Now sometimes I don't write down notes anymore. It's kicking off the agents directly because previously you have notes and then turn them into issues,
Yep.
and then someone else or you will pick up that later.
Yep.
Now it goes to the very end, which let's just execute, right, to see how it works.
Yeah. And I mean, especially if you have like the Work IQ MCP, you have Teams recordings on, you have the whole transcript, right?
Right.
So like, I know the problem for me is like, I'll like make a terrible note and be like, I need to do this thing, and then I like don't remember any of the details. But if you're recording all the meetings and things like that, it's captured with Work IQ. To your point, you can use that to create issues.
Right.
So you can really like automate yourself in that way.
But then it comes with a unique challenge, right? Because now everyone is doing the same.
Yep.
And usually when you wake up in the morning, the next thing you want to know is what has been pushed into the VS Code branch.
Makes sense.
So that's what I always do. Let me quickly switch to the VS Code repo. And I have this custom / command or skill, which is fetching all the commits for the last 24 hours and summarize them. Here I'm using like a BYOK model, which is pretty fast, and summarize all the crazy changes from the team, right?
So this prompt is just basically going and getting like all the commits that happened against VS Code and VS Code Copilot chat in the last 24 hours and summarizing for you here.
That's right. Previously you don't, predates AI, you probably don't have to do that.
No.
You could do a git fetch, you have 20 commits or 30. Now you just come back to your computer, there's another 100 commits waiting for you. And we do see a boost of shipping velocity, right, from the team when everyone is now empowered by agents. And I don't think we are 400% there yet, right? And I can probably foresee another 2 to 3 times.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like I feel like, I obviously feel like we're really good at adopting AI, but there's always more we can do. And we'll talk about it, but like it's the velocity of the team is already way more than it used to be. And so yeah, like even just to your point, okay, we have an update. What's going to be in this update? Like even just grokking that, like day to day, it used to be like, oh, maybe there's like a nice tweak. Now it's like, oh, an entire feature area could land in one of these updates day to day because of the velocity of the team.
Right, and also it's not just only engineers sending those PRs and pushing changes, right? I do the same about PM's teams and designers as well. And also, for us to self-host all our own products, I don't always spend my time in VS Code, even though it's like most of my time. But sometimes I will use a few our experimental projects like Conduct, which is our experiments for it's a terminal app for you to managing agent sessions. So I go to these tools from time to time, and here I'm using Copilot CLI in Conduct, right? But let's quickly go back to VS Code again. Usually now we see a boost of velocity of commits. And the issue come with that is also more issues, right? So we built a few prompts/commands to help us group issues, which I can quickly show. While we have a few here in this repo, issue grooming. And you can use the /commands also to find duplicates as well.
Nice.
That's for engineers who want to stay inside their IDE or editor, right? But there's another way to do it, which I can quickly show. And we built up some bots to auto-charge our issues. And in the early days, we have this dedicated role called inbox tracker. Whenever there's a new issue, and this inbox tracker for that week is a rotation, and they will look at issue and design which owner should be assigned to, right?
Okay.
But quickly, when VS Code becomes one of the most popular repo on GitHub.com, it doesn't really scale, right?
No.
Every day you got hundreds or 200 issues, it cannot do by a human. So we start to build tools to automate some of the process, right? And initially we put our own model, right? A machine learning model to do the auto charging, but now it's all based on agents using Copilot CLI and Copilot Agent SDK. As you can see here, every time when there's a new issue, the bot will kick off agent loop to figure out, hey, it is a duplicate. Who is the right owner? Since our ownership sometimes change, right? And what is the right label to
So how is it determining something like the owner for a particular piece of code?
So we'll read your instructions for what's the ownership,
Okay.
and also look at, based on the past, issue assignment, right? Who is the real owner? Because previously you can say, hey, this person contributed this particular component,
Yeah.
but later on they hand off to the other person. And they
Well,
can
now it's messy too, because people can easily contribute to others' areas without, as much understanding of that. Before, I feel like if I wanted to contribute to your area, you own that area and you knew that area better than me, and it was sometimes hard for me to PR your area, but now with agents, it's easy for me to PR your area, so the ownership kind of breaks down a little bit too.
Right, but for that you do need some harness, right, to making sure that you can welcome other people to contribute to your component. And I agree with you, the ownership is a little bit loose here, right?
Yep.
And sometimes that piece of code is written by Copilot, right, who is the right owner for it. I would say still it's us engineers who are accountable for the outcome
Agreed.
of those code, right? And I can quickly go to another one. Well, there's Cloud Code Crash, and you can see here, it gives me suggestions for duplicates, and also with confidence score, right? This one's uncertain, right?
Okay, so we talked about some of the bot for ownership and stuff like that, but what's this UI you're showing me on the right? Is this a
what I'm
custom
showing
Chrome
here is-
extension or something?
Right, so we have the bot running on GitHub Actions. Every time when there's an issue, kick off this task to do the suggestions. And then we have this Chrome extension our team built, right, to insert this custom widget. Looks pretty native, right, on GitHub.com.
It does, yeah. Looks great.
But it's giving you suggestions. Duplicate suggestions, right owners, and also a few label suggestions as well. And also this Chrome extension also comes with a dashboard to show, hey, what is overall status of your issues, of the team's issues. As you can see here, right now I have 600 and almost $300. I need to have a little catch up to do, right?
Got to kick off some more agents, man.
That's right, and maybe I should be able to kick off sessions or just directly from here.
That'd be
right?
cool.
And also the housekeeping issue were all our issues, right? And it's kind of massive, right? I would say it's a little bit challenging right now already for open source projects. Well,
Definitely.
But it's a good thing, right?
Yep.
More people contribute to your repo, more people contribute issues to your repo, but then you need to build up tools.
Yeah. I mean, the velocity, it was already pre-AI, we're one of the world's largest open source projects, right? And we love our community, and we're also building a lot of things, and to your point, all that velocity also creates issues. And then I think it's super cool that the team has basically been well, how do we stay alive, really? You could drown in all these issues if you didn't build this sort of tooling. You'd be spending all your time doing triage on github.com.
Yeah, so this is for me as an engineer, right, or engineering manager, how I'm taking care of the issues. How do I start my day, right? So can you elaborate a little bit? What it's like from PM side?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because I think for PM, I was just talking to Courtney, and we'll have a dedicated video coming on the VS Code YouTube channel about this. But I feel like the traditional role definitions are kind of collapsing. Of course, we're all accountable for certain things still, ultimately, right? But I would say traditionally, I felt like I always had the product mindset. And of course, I could be an engineer, maybe not a level equivalent engineer on your team, but I feel like I could be an engineer. And so my job is like the what and the why, and like focusing on the feedback and, you know, prioritizing the different things we do. And so like I always thought I had like the product mindset, right? But like what was always hard for me is like, how do I translate that product thinking into action? And I think typically for PMs, we write these long docs, you know, specs, PRDs, whatever it is in the organization you're in. And that's kind of like no one read those, no one liked that. And there were so many problems, right? Like you would write this doc and you would say like, we need to add this feature to VS Code. And the funny thing about that is like, you don't actually know, right? Like it's not all hypothetical. You're just writing a doc, right? But the really cool thing with AI is like, actually like, I think the thing that is kind of changing is like now the like equivalent of the doc is a prototype. It's a PR to one of you. And so then to your point about self-hosting, okay, we need to add, you know, someone on Twitter or social media is giving us feedback like, I really want to fork conversations. Okay, I could go write an issue for this, of course. Or I can go use agent mode in VS Code. I can start building out that feature. I can have a build of VS Code that I am self-hosting with, using every day, and saying, oh, I don't quite like this part of the experience. I want to change that. And so then kind of by using the product, you're also sharpening your spec, which in this case is the prototype, right?
Right.
And then eventually we get to the point, okay, I send you PR. And that could be totally thrown away. That's fine with me. Like I totally recognize you're accountable for the code quality, right? That's something you're accountable for, even though I can contribute to your code. So you can say, I don't feel comfortable with this change. Like you didn't architect this the right way. And I would say like, generally I do want things to go in the direction of like, you would feel more comfortable with my change, but like, it's kind of a non-goal right now. It's more, I want to send you the PR. In some cases, it's like, we can merge this. Like I had one last week that was so simple, we just merged. And then yesterday we were talking about like fork conversation as that example. I sent a PR. There was a couple things like one of the engineers, Justin, who works in this area, gave me his feedback. Okay, we worked through it together yesterday in the office, like a couple lines of change in CSS, and we actually merged my PR. It's in VS Code. And so I feel like that's drastic. That whole loop has drastically changed, because before I would have just written docs and created issues for you, and then, but now like I'm empowered as a PM to actually go and explore concepts that I think are interesting.
Right. Previously, we always say for VS Code, we use GitHub issues as the main funnel or our, for the feedbacks, right?
Yep.
And whether you're working, as an external user or you work internally as, Microsoft employee or GitHub employee, we always say, hey, please find an issue on GitHub so others can follow along and contribute to. And that's how we say, hey, this is like zero distance with our users.
Yep.
But now, the feedback can come from, all different platforms, right?
Yes.
You can have from Reddit, you have from Max, and then when any engineer or PM chime in those threads, the users do appreciate that when they have a feedback and you give them, hey, here's a prototype or PR, right, to see whether it works or not. And that's a good validation of, is the code base kind of like AI or agent ready?
That's right.
Like if you throw that to an agent, can they find the right components? Can they find the regressions? Can they find the right fix for it, right? That's the first step. And then the next step is we're giving that PR to engineers or owners of that component in the team so they can do a review. But the first PR is like moving the needle and as a conversation starters, right? If it's possible or not, right?
Yeah. Well, and especially now with AI, like we're planning weekly, in some cases daily, we're talking about like what we should be doing today. What is the most important thing we should do? And like with the cycle times collapsing as well, I feel like you don't have as much time to really, like, almost the worst thing you can do is to argue about the right thing to do. Like it's actually better to just do something, ship, even if that's just to the team, learn, okay, this was the wrong thing, this was the right thing, then you move on. Versus like maybe in the old days, like you'd spend weeks or months debating an approach. Now if you spend weeks or months debating something, the world has left you behind, right?
Right. And also, I can quickly show that, whenever I personally get a PR from any other member, but that's for my own areas, right? How do I know if it worked, right?
Right.
And what I would do is using there's a MCP server, but also we have a / command called demonstrate. Oh, maybe it's a custom agent. Yeah, it's a custom agent. maybe not here, but let me.
Is it in VS Code or VS Code Copilot chat?
It's in VS Code. We have custom agents
There it is.
demonstrate, right? And this one, what it does is it can launch VS Code OSS and using Playwright MCP server to test
because it's just a web app because it's Electron,
it's a web app, right? And we make contributions to it to making sure it works for the multiple windows, which is our unique architecture, right? Compared to a normal browser tab. And this one can then validate the changes, so as part of the validation process. Not just the code review part, but
That's
also
really
the full validation, right? Once I have the issue, which is kind of the spec, and then we want to validate all by the agents whether this thing can work or not.
So that's kind of like the thing we were saying about like parallelizing yourself, that's a hard word, is the challenge, I mean, when you're kicking off multiple things at once is like actually making sure, of course the agent will do the correctness loop on making sure, okay, does it compile? Is there any linting issues? But like really, like actually say you're really leaning into agents, you have 5-10 agents, suddenly like this flow we were talking about, jumping in between meetings and reviewing things, this actually making sure that the agent really did what you want from a customer experience perspective is quite expensive. And so this is really cool. So this is basically like launching VS Code, looking at what I wanted, actually literally navigating in VS Code, taking screenshots, recording UI, and then because it's operating in an agent, right, that's a feedback loop. So if something's wrong, then it's actually going and fixing it, right?
Correct. And also it will take screenshots, like you said, right, of the key moments.
Yep.
And then you can review them right at the very end as a way for human to engage and validate.
Yeah, and I mean something that I'm kind of interested, we're not there yet, like this is every single day we're like, how can we be better here? And we're always exploring, but like the whole demonstrate flow, like from a PM perspective, like because the team is moving so fast, like, okay, we talk about feedback, turning that into things. The other part of my role is going and educating our community on like all the awesome work that our engineering team is doing. And it's expensive for me, one, to keep up with what you're doing, but also to build all these demos. And so we've been kind of also exploring like, is there ways that we can use things like Playwright to basically like auto record demos and things like that. And it's not quite there because you get weird pauses and things like that because of the agent loop and things like that. But that is the future, right? Is like then, okay, we can build like a video we could tweet out based off a feature you do. And that could just be attached to your PR, right?
Yeah, I mean, then coming back to the first slash commands I showed, right, which is, looking at the last commits of the last 24 hours. And you can imagine that we have the similar, I'm pretty sure quite a few engineers in the team, they do the same, which is look at the commits and analyze whether there are any regressions from the last 24-hour commits, right? And also, it's not a single repo, it's multiple repos, right? VS Code, Copilot chat, and cross-check, okay, does this one invalidate the other change or fix? And also, once we can embed, which we don't have this yet, right? But we can demonstrate into this pipeline where I can take recordings and give you a summary, visually what has been changed for the last day, which can use that as a content for our insider change log, right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, so that's actually a good shout out. So we have our insiders change log. So this is new. Like before it was like, if you're running insiders, which is our daily build of VS Code, you're like, I don't know what's in this thing unless you're running a command like this, right? But Nick on our content team, he basically wrote the docs version of this prompt, right? Which is going and looking at the history. There's some stuff to make sure it's like notable, something we'd actually want to call out in release notes. And that's how we built basically AI automation for our release notes, right? And to your point, like you can imagine there being screenshots or videos or like, here, you should try it this way. Like that's like where we could go. Right now it's very simple because it's just looking at all the merge stuff and figuring out stuff. But like even that is so powerful because we also now have a Twitter account that uses that same RSS feed that's built from AI automation to tweet out, here's what's new in VS Code today, right?
And all of these are built on top of the same pipeline, which is using Copilot CLI and Copilot Agent SDK running on GitHub Action. It the multiple triggers, right? When issue is open, when a commit is pushed into the main branch of VS Code and Copilot chat, right? It automatically runs and summarizes it, sending new PRs. But then quickly we run into this, challenge of, hey, we have a lot of PRs come into VS Code, and we'll always say, hey, we as engineers, we do a final review of it. And here's my favorite, like really delightful feature we have, and let me see if you can see it live. which is we have a code review channel in our Slack, right? And every time when there's a new PR and when we think it's ready, it will be automatically picked up by the bot, sent to the review channel, and asking another engineer to review. And here we also show some status here. As you can see, the first one is about, hey, when there's a PR, we auto-assign Copilot to review the change.
Right.
And we call it Copilot code review here, we call it CCR. But also we show the status, right? Do you, as an engineer, resolve all the comments from Copilot?
I'm sorry, I didn't resolve all the comments on a PR saying
and
last night.
What we found like half a year ago, right? We don't have this turned on by default because sometimes it's still a bit too noisy, right?
Yep.
But then quickly over the last 3 months, we found the quality of comments from Copilot with the latest models, they are really good. Right?
Yeah, they are
often
good.
spot on. Then we say, hey, let's make this one part of the process. Well, automatically we assign Copilot. You as engineer, you need to resolve it. And we say, hey, if it's not resolved, we're not going to review your PR, right?
So will it go in this channel if it hasn't been totally resolved? It won't go in this channel?
It does go into this channel because we don't want to block you for too long, right?
I see.
It goes into the channel. We have this emoji. It will be initially like for this one. The other icon is for CI. Right? We can see here CI is running, and once it finishes, we'll quickly update this.
Cool. So it doesn't send a new message, it updates the
We just update this one, and we know if you have 2 greens, right, and then you can hit.
And so what's the, as an engineer on the team, what's your responsibility for this code review channel? Like, is it just whenever you have a chance, you're going in and reviewing PRs? Like, what does that flow look
So you
like?
send a PR, we say you give one, you take one, right? You send a PR, and then you have another one to do like a security check.
Yep.
And you can see what do you like the code smell of it, right? Anything flaw about either security or performance or code quality, we have extra eye on those.
So do you see, for some of those things, obviously, like we have human in loop now, do you see us moving towards where there's less and less human in loop for the code review, or no?
I think it boils down to, can you automate that part, right?
Right.
If you cannot automate, you will find yourself in trouble.
Yeah.
Because you quickly say, hey, now maybe agents can do it. And then if you're not gatekeeping it, and quickly the code base, the quality of the code base will rot very quickly.
That's right.
That's what we noticed. And often we find if a new component without the right harness, and I know you have this primer, which is the checking whether the code base is AI ready or not, or agent ready or not. We find if without those, initially for the first week or 2, your productivity is really high, right?
Yeah.
And quickly reach into a ceiling, well, you keep regressing things, and that's the moment you need good testing, unit test, integration test, and then the other one we find is really helpful is what we used to do, predating AI. We do golden scenarios. Well, every month by the end of it, we do TPI test items for all the features we build, but also we have golden scenarios. Well, it is a spec for what is the expected behavior for this particular scenario, a common scenario, right?
Yep.
And we as engineers and PMs, and we do test that together.
Yep.
But now we do find that it's probably we can give these golden scenarios back to agents and let the agents run through those scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, that was
to
some automation that I'd been exploring this last month, right? Is like basically, okay, like for one of these scenarios, like it's not necessary, it's kind of, some of these scenarios are super well scoped and some are like more of a general thing, but like, okay, like I want to, something as simple as like, I want to change the model in Copilot, right? What does that scenario look like? Well, of course, there's like the functional components of like, can I literally change a model? But there's like a lot of taste elements too. Like, well, what actually do I want to know when I'm changing a model? Okay, in our model picker, quite basic, it's the model name and the multiplier. But there's probably more information I want. Like, okay, do we grade those things? And so like, basically what we had been exploring on the PM side for the scenarios is like, hey, can we also like figure out a way to like write down basically the taste that we want the experience to have, and then have the AI grade it. And we're not quite there, I don't think, for more complicated scenarios. But it is interesting just as a secondary check. It's kind of like the code review thing. It's like, okay, maybe 80% of these comments are good, 20% I ignore, right? But that 80% is still getting you pretty far, right? There's things that like you're like, oh, that is kind of true. And the other really cool thing with that automation is like you can also basically say, does the doc that we have on the VS Code website, does that actually match the lived experience when you use the tools? And all of our VS Code docs are written by one person, which is kind of crazy, like considering the pace the team is going. So we have to use a lot of automation and things like that to make sure that our docs, just like you don't want code smell in your and drift in your code, you don't want that in your docs either.
Right, and for VS Code team, our tradition is, used to be like we ship monthly, and every month we dedicate time for debt reduction, right, for 1 full week, and also 1 week for endgame testing. Right, we call them endgame, but it's like testing all the features we introduced during the months. And you don't test your own features. It's always another engineer or PM or designer, right, testing your features. Could give like actual, human touch on the stuff we are building, right? But I don't think that will go away.
No.
Even if we, the velocity of the commits and changes are boosted, right? A lot of things can be automated, but I still think we should, as humans, to, be in the loop.
That's right. Yeah, the developer delight. How do you quantify that? Like that is the human experience.
You have to experience it,
right?
Yeah.
And that's why it is so important. All the things you're saying, like we use insiders every day. We're self-hosting on our own stuff. So yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Peng. This has been amazing. I've loved seeing all the different workflows that the engineering team's exploring, talking a little bit about what we're doing on the PM team. I'm sure if we were to do this conversation again in a month, everything will have changed and we'll have even more automation. But it was super cool to show this off, and I know we have a lot of other great sessions coming for you for Agent Sessions Day, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thanks.
VS Code is what it is because of you. Your feedback, your contributions, your passion shaped VS Code into what it is today.
Thanks to you, VS Code was one of the top open source projects in 2025.
Thank you for sharing your ideas with us.
Thank you for all your contributions.
Thank you for helping shape the future of VS Code.
Happy coding.
Oh,
are we live?
I think, yeah. I ran over here.
You barely made it, man.
Literally 1 second.
All right. We're about to do a live vibe coding competition, me and Pierce. I'm Burke. This is
P-Doge.
Pierce. P-Boggs. As it were. And we have no idea what it is. Actually, they said, do you want to know what you're building before? And I purposely said, not tell us.
No, don't tell us.
So there's somebody sitting right here that has the instructions, and here they are. Okay.
Oh, I got my own too. Fantastic.
All right, wait a minute. Are they the same? I'll read mine.
Okay.
Roses are red, your PRs came through. We're building a page to say thank you. Your name, your work, a heart we can press. A thank you to everyone who makes VS Code the best. Build a web app that celebrates VS Code open source contributors. You're building the same thing separately side by side. Pull contributor names, GitHub handles, and PRs from the thank you page from 109, from the latest release.
Okay.
A card for each person with their GitHub avatar. A kudos heart button viewers can click. Make it visually impressive. Okay, the challenge, Burke. One agent only, single chat session, no sub-agents. What? That's not fair.
We'll see how it does.
No background agents. Pierce, unlimited agents. Sub-agents, background, cloud, parallel, go wild. That's an M-dash. I know this was written by AI.
Someone vibe coded this.
Who did this? But you can only use GPT-4.1, unfortunately for you. I'm sorry, Pierce. Chat votes on at least one fun thing. What happens to the most kudos contributor? Or what happens every time someone clicks kudos? Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be reading this out loud.
We're doing it live. Literally, there's no prep. They give us this right before.
Okay, let me tell you. All right, first of all, let me jump over here. So I am going to use, let me open up a new window here. I am going to use the Copilot CLI.
Okay.
So let me fire that up. There it is.
So what is is that the GitHub CLI? What's the
GitHub Copilot.
The GitHub Copilot, separate
right.
CLI.
A separate CLI, yes. So this is GitHub Copilot in your terminal, in a terminal interface, right? A lot of the same features from Visual Studio Code, not all of them, but a lot of the same features, but just in the terminal.
Cool.
So I'm gonna fire up Copilot YOLO, and YOLO is just auto approve. Right?
Great.
Don't ask me for permission. Just You can just do things. Just RM.
If we're gonna fight somewhat fair, then you're gonna have to do this, right? Are you just gonna be babysitting your chat the whole time?
I'm gonna use sub agents. That's ridiculous. that's completely unfair. All right. Do I trust files in this folder? Yes. Okay. Actually, I don't want to be here. You know what you can do? I just quit anyway. So let me move. What are you gonna use, Pierce?
Well, to be honest, I'm still taking in the exercise, but I am going to use all the new, so 109 has so much good stuff in it, improvements to plan mode, stuff with agent sessions. I'm probably going to kick off a lot of different stuff. I actually probably won't parallelize myself too much in the beginning, because I feel like if I have literally nothing and I'm like, here is 10 agents, like that's going to land me in a weird place. But maybe I should lean in and really say, I will never ever just run one agent at a time.
You always have to run more than one.
I will always have, because I want to be on the top of my team's token leaderboards, right? If I'm being honest, like we have a little leaderboard and it's like, how much money are you spending that the company's having to pay for? Work at a place that gives you unlimited tokens, man. That's the best perk of this job. So I want to be at the top.
For sure. Although somewhere has to pay that bill. Like somebody was telling me the other day, somebody on the team had run up a bill of like 3 billion tokens.
Yeah, that's right.
I was like, what? How much does that cost?
I mean, we have several on the billion plus club on our team.
Where is that producer? I don't have a run of show, by the way, so I have no idea what's coming up in a minute 30 seconds. We're so prepared. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So you're gonna go at it.
I'm gonna do multiple things at once. Yeah.
Using all the new features.
Wait, so what's the like gnarliest thing I could make you do in terms of tech stack for this app?
Oh, like pick one that, I mean, you told me earlier to do it in Rust. I don't know if you can.
Can
it's
you even?
A website, right? Can you build a website in Rust?
Is this doable?
A chat? Can you build a website? Can you?
You can build a game that is a website.
Like, what's the most esoteric technology we could do this in?
Fortran.
You can't build a website in Fortran. That I'm 100% sure of.
There has to be an open source project where someone made it possible, though.
Like a Fortran to HTML.
Yeah, some sort of like WebAssembly shenanigans. I don't know.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Producer, I don't know. I have no run of show. I don't know what's coming up next. Okay. I'll tell you what. Okay, so I'm going to try to do it in Rust because I think you can build a website in Rust. I don't know Rust at all. Not the first clue. I don't even know my machine's configured to run Rust. What are you going to do?
Well, what do you want me to do?
Do it in Go.
Okay.
Do you know Go?
No, I know nothing about it.
All right, perfect.
All right. This has real disaster potential, but we're excited to go on the journey with you.
All right, so we're going to get cracking with this. So by the time when you come back and see us again, we will be knee deep in this.
Installing Go and Rust on our machines.
Exactly, trying to make things run. In the meantime, we're going to send it back to the next presenter, and I don't have a run of show, so I don't know who it is, but it's going to be awesome. Back to the studio.
That's so
was
fun.
Josh, but I wasn't sure.
All right, I actually need
involving agents. Our last release, 1.109, was full of agents. I can even show you here. If you look at our release notes and you search for agents, there's over 99 hits on our last release notes, and that's only for the last release. So there's lots to talk about. And in this session in particular, I am aiming to talk about how to collaborate with agents in VS Code. So in our agents documentation, we have kind of divided up agents into 4 categories here. And I'm going to kind of try and walk you through the use case scenarios for every kind of agent that we have in VS Code, kind of what they mean, how I would use them in my day-to-day work, and the the way we're going to kind of hack around with that is I have this game called Tank Game. It's a Bluetooth game. It is on the App Store for free. And what you do is you can grab your closest friends around you and play a little game. So I kind of like to play this on the bus or on trains or in flights when I don't have an internet connection and want to kill some time. So today what we're going to do is we're going to use agents and we're going to try and add some more features into this game. So yeah, this kind of collaboration chart that we have, this kind of describes all of the modalities that you used in VS Code and how an agent maps to that. So we have agents that are more local, that give you kind of an interactive kind of feedback loop. And then we have agents that only operate in the cloud and that you can give some feedback to in certain points along its life cycle. And if that's confusing, we have a lot of documentation on it, and I'm going to run through every single option that we have in VS Code today. So to start, I think the agent that everyone is most familiar with in VS Code right now is the local agent. So this is the one that runs on your machine. It uses our own agent harness to write code for you, and also answer questions, of course. And it's the experience that we've had for the longest time in VS Code. So to enable it, you choose under the target picker here, you choose local. And we have a few kind of modes here. We have agent mode, which allows the agent to edit files in your workspace. So I'm in my tank game workspace up here, and I'm able to tell the agent to edit code and make changes on my behalf. And I'll see these happen live in VS Code. We also have this mode here, which I quite like. It's called plan mode, which I'm sure has been talked about a lot today because everyone loves it. Plan mode is a great way to use the agent to formulate your thoughts. So I don't have a plan of what I want to build today, so I'm going to ask the agent, look at my code base and tell me some cool features to implement. Implement. And we're going to let that go for a moment. And it's going to look through my code base. You can see here that my session is running on the left-hand side with this in progress. It's going to analyze. It's going to use a sub-agent to kind of run through my code base. If I want to see what the agent is doing, I can expand this, and I can see that it's reading all these files. And kind of the cool part in the last few releases of VS Code is, in the past, we only allowed you to run a single one of these local sessions on your machine. But now, as you can see here, we have this button, New Session, that allows you to open a new session. And you can see on the left-hand side, my existing session is still running. So this is a super powerful feature that I think is a little bit hidden right now in VS Code, but really allows you to take full advantage of the agent. And especially for plan mode, where files in your workspace aren't being touched, there's really no risk of collision at this point. So you can see earlier I asked the agent to launch my simulator for me, and that ran concurrently with my previous requests as well. So we're going to allow it to look through. It's going to look for any notes I have in the code base of what I had been planning to do in the past. And yeah, we'll let that run for a second. The other thing I want to show is that alongside local, we now have third-party integrations with other agents. So Claude down here, you can see, can be selected, as well as Codex, which comes through the Codex extension, which I might not have the latest installed. But Claude, for instance, so this is, we'll use the Claude SDK that comes from Anthropic, and it will give you a similar experience to Claude Code. So you can see the models that are available here, as well as some options of how you want the agent to behave. Do you want it to ask you before edits? Do you want it to make edits autonomously? Or do you want to enter its plan mode? So these all, again, run locally on your machine. If you close your laptop lid, these will stop running. But yeah, let's use this plan mode and see what it comes up with. Suggest some cool features. So again, so this experience here was using the agent harness that's built by the VS Code team, whereas this experience here, when you select Claude, is using the agent harness built by Anthropic. And yeah, we'll let that continue, but let's see some of the ideas that it had. So some quick wins. Maybe this is good for a live stream. Fire rate limiter. Yeah, as you can see right now, you can shoot as much as you want. So that sounds like kind of a nice one to tackle. Let's actually do it in the same thread. Because what we can do is we can then swap to agent mode, and we can say implement number 1. And this agent will go, and it will actually write the code for me now that we've swapped to agent mode. Cool. So let's let that run for a moment. The next kind of agent that I want to describe, which you've seen here in this picker, is the cloud agent. And to do that, I've already got one that is run in the background. The way you kind of enter cloud mode is that you click right here. And now any sessions that you create from this input here will run on the cloud through your Copilot subscription. And it'll create a PR on the repo that you choose. So this is a repo that's on GitHub. And when I initiate a task here, it will run in the cloud. So I can start the session, close my laptop, come back later, open my laptop, and then see the changes that happened in the cloud. So one of them that I wanted to get working was I wanted to get tvOS working, because this app works great on iPhones and iPads, but the tvOS integration is not quite complete. So I asked Cloud Agent before I started the session, just tell me what's needed to get Cloud Agent working. Sorry, to get tvOS working. And it ran for a bit, and then at the end here you see it summarized my changes. It said, was a non-functional stub, which I knew. And it made some changes to the tvOS specific game controller, which seems like the correct change here. And summarizes a few more changes that it made. And then right down here you can see all of the files that it changed. So if I wanted to review this and understand what's going on, I can read the diff here. And yeah, super powerful. The way, and of course, if I wanted to just view the PR and approve it from here, I can look at it here, and I could set it ready for review and merge it into my code base. And the way that I have this all set up is that when I use the Cloud Agent, it'll automatically attempt to publish to my subscription to my phone, so to my iPhone. And if I open up the PR, it looks like we had one error, which is a great way to, yeah. So if I open up the PR here, we can see that on GitHub, we have the PR. This is live here. And if there was any errors with archiving, we can actually take a look at them. And yeah, I think this is not something that is the agent's fault. I think it was my fault with the build. But yeah, you can see here I can merge this in, and it'll go to my kind of test flight build moving forward. So super powerful. I love to use the Cloud Agent when I have an idea and I want something kind of prototyped, but I don't really want to be super hands-on. I want to allow the agent to come up with some ideas for me, and then I'll pull down the changes, which you can do here with this checkout button or this apply button. And you can kind of play with the changes more and continue in other agents, or even just add a follow-up here. So let's see, make sure Apple remotes work. OK. So this will send a follow-up to the PR. And you can even just see it, that it ends up right here as a comment, and it's already been started by Copilot. So all this is integrated nicely within VS Code. You never need to leave it until you want to actually take a look at the PR. Or you can stay in this experience here and do all of your PR management from VS Code. Cool. So that is the Cloud Agent. So this one works in a sense that it's not interactive. You just interact with it at the end of each task, whereas when we looked back to our suggest cool features, well, this one's already done, but we were able to see all of the work that it was doing. We could have stopped and steered it at any point. So actually, let's say matches the movement interval, make the interval longer. So we'll just let it kind of think about that. And then once we do that, we'll say, and then rerun the app. So I have some custom instructions in this repo here that we'll close that for now, and then we'll open up some of my custom instructions. So this one in particular tells the agent how to launch the simulator to launch these two apps right here. So there's instructions on, yep, and you see it already did it. This has been relaunched, and we can see right on our screen here, the app is running. And yeah, this guy got disconnected. But once they connect again, you can see that we're now limited by how fast we can click. So that feature worked, and I didn't write any code. Awesome. So so I think local agent works great when you have a single task or you have tasks that are totally isolated inside of your repo. I think our next experience kind of really shines when you want to do multiple tasks on your machine at the same time and want them isolated from each other. So that experience is our background agent. So this implements the Copilot CLI under the hood, and it allows us to use isolated work trees. So that's a feature from Git that allows to create clones, essentially, of your repository on your machine. So every time I start the background agent, it'll create a Git work tree, and it will use that Git work tree for all of the code changes that it does, so that I can run 3, 4, 5, 10 of these in the background, and all of them don't conflict with each other. So let's say, let's see, what were some other cool ideas that we had in our repo? So we had power-ups. That's a fun one. So let's say add power-ups. And this will ask you if you already have changes in your current workspace and you want to kind of copy or move them over into your work tree. Say you started a task, then you realized you wanted to background it. You could move your changes. If you wanted to share changes between your current workspace and this work tree, you could copy them. For my case, because the changes are unrelated that are currently in my workspace, I'm just going to skip changes here. And you can see from this message that we've created an isolated work tree. So this is the hint here that all the work that's going to be done in this session is going to be done in the background. And yeah, you can see how it's reading files that are outside of my current workspace. They're actually being read from the work tree. So this will continue doing work. And the nice part is that it won't conflict with any of the work that we are currently doing for our other features. So we can have a bunch of these running. As you can see, we have now a Claude session running, we have a Cloud session running, and we have a background session running. And all these are managed right here from the sessions panel, which I'll probably talk about a little later. Although the cool thing here is that, if you're running lots and lots of sessions, it might get a little overwhelming sometimes to organize. So we have this nice control up at the top of the screen here. So at the top of the screen, you can filter by all your unreads. So I haven't read this yet. So it looks like it created a plan. It wants me to look at the plan. That looks good. Let's continue. Let's continue. Yeah, so it wanted me to confirm the plan before it continued. And you can see here that now if I filter by in progress, I see only the sessions that are in progress. And that just toggles this filter right up here. So super helpful. I really like this when I'm running 10 VS Code sessions. If I'm working on VS Code, it's nice to just filter it down here and see exactly what needs my attention. And if there's any unread, what's already finished, and that I can either merge or review or continue prompting. So yeah, that's the 3 kind of main blocks. We have local, which either are local harness and Claude and Codex. We have background, which is still running on your machine, but uses the Copilot CLI to run these in isolated work trees, and Cloud here, which then uses the Cloud, of course, hosted by GitHub. And I can actually show that a little more in depth here, because we have our agents view on github.com, and you can see exactly how it connects here. I have lots of sessions that I've run, and this tvOS one you can see is running at the top. We'll see our prompt even. Yeah, make sure Apple remotes work OK. You can see exactly the tool calls from here as well, all of the work that it's doing. So this is really handy, right? You can use like the GitHub mobile app, or just sign into github.com from a different machine, say, and still access and continue to steer the sessions that you're working on. But of course, my favorite spot to control them is through VS Code. And then it allows you really nicely to move the code into your editor if you want to edit it yourself, or if you want to understand the code better, explore it. We have really powerful features inside of VS Code that allow you to explore code that is generated by agents. And actually, one thing that's super new, actually, in the last release, which I really love to use now, is in Cloud. So I kind of glossed over these options here. Cloud, of course, we have our Copilot harness. So that's the Copilot coding agent that's been in the release for a few months now, or that has been in the product for a few months now. We also have these two new options, Claude and Codex. So, of course, we're under the Cloud umbrella here. So these are all running off of our machine. But as was announced, I think at GitHub Universe last year, there are partner agents from Anthropic and OpenAI that allow you to use their coding harnesses, but in the cloud. So you can see here that I can choose Cloud or Codex as well. And now when I start my cloud sessions, let's actually get another good idea from the app here, or from the session. Projectile on projectile collision. That sounds kind of fun. So let's do that. When I send this request now and I choose to delegate, you'll see that you'll get information on it's starting to delegate. It's then creating the pull request in the background for you. And once it creates the pull request, it will fetch those details and swap your session over to here. And now you can see that if we open the pull request, it is not run by Copilot anymore, but it's actually run by Anthropic. So this is quite a similar experience. It's all quite integrated in VS Code and in GitHub.com. But the difference is it is now using an agent harness that's built directly by Anthropic instead of by a third party. So this is really handy if you want to evaluate how different agent harnesses work. I think that's the biggest value here, is maybe some agent harnesses are good at some problems and some are good at others. And I think the beautiful part about VS Code is that we have access to all sorts of cutting edge technologies. So you can use Anthropic's tooling and what they believe is the best path forward. You can use OpenAI's, you can use our Copilot harnesses, and you can really get the best of all that's available to you right now in the world of AI. So we'll let this run. You can check up on the repo later on and see exactly what these projects or how these tasks get resolved. But yeah, super handy. I've been enjoying the Cloud agent a lot, and you can see there's a lot of pull requests on this repo already that are utilizing the Cloud agent. Let's see. So let's go back here. OK, we have a message here. And you can see all this is nicely kind of communicated through the top agent sessions bar here. So I saw that there was an approval needed. So because this is writing to a particular path, it wanted me to approve it. And let's see what this is doing. Yeah, this is adding some files. OK, so this looks good. So we'll let that continue on, and you can see the confirmation is left. We can filter here and see all of the work that's being done. All of these are happening in parallel, and they're all happening isolated from each other, which is super powerful, allows me to know that all of these changes will not conflict with each other, which I think is kind of really the goal that we had last month with the release, is allowing both you as a developer to have an option of what tools you use, as well as giving you the ability to run multiple agents at once. And that's exactly where this kind of UI shines here, where you can see all of your sessions on the left-hand side, all of the action on the right-hand side. And it's very easy with one click to then open up this panel here and actually view the changes and understand them as the developer. Yeah, the one last thing that I'll show is that we have one more experience. You can see we have some notifications here, which I'll close for the moment. We have one final experience, which allows you to continue on. So of course, I've shown you today from the new session how to create a new session from cloud, from local, from background. But if you start a session in local and then want to move it either to the background or to cloud, we have this experience here called agent handoff. And there's a nice link to documentation down here that allows you to read more about that. But this allows you to start a conversation maybe in plan mode in VS Code. So I think we started this one in plan mode. And then we got some ideas. And then I could say, continue implementing the high value ideas. And I could continue in either background or cloud here. So super powerful, allows me to really use all of the tooling in any way that I want, which is, I think, the most important part about developer tools, is allowing you to use it however you think will make you most productive. Cool. Well, I hope this was all helpful today. Again, I am Josh, and yeah, hope to see you again soon. Thanks.
Be like a bumper from Doug. Welcome back to the Situation Room, as it were. We're vibe coding. It's the vibe coding contest. Just as a reminder for what we're doing, we are building a site that pulls the contributors from the 1.109 release, cards to show what they've contributed, and then kudos so that people can give them kudos. Now, so you can understand exactly what that is. If we go over to the browser here, this is the 109 release, and these are all the, look at all this. Look at all these contributors. Like, there's so many people. And so
really
we want to,
awesome.
yeah, that's amazing. There's some up here too, even some for issue tracking. Look, John Murray. Hey, John. John Murray's been around since like day one. John Murray's been contributing to VS Code literally his whole life. It's amazing. So anyway, thank you to all of our contributors. So that's what we're building.
Yep.
Pierce, what do you got so far? Where are you?
Well, let's see. I had my session, then I ran over here. We started this challenge, and if I'm being completely honest, then I went to the bathroom and got some coffee.
You were gone for a long time.
I was gone
like,
way longer than I wanted
Sweet,
to.
I'm gonna win this.
Maybe I'm being overconfident because I can use multiple agents and you can only use one. But to be completely candid, we're not off to the best start. You challenged me to use Go, so we're using Go. I know nothing about Go. I am running multiple agents at once here, so you can see I kind of started by bootstrapping some stuff, right? So let's see what's going on here. I bootstrapped this. I was like, I don't even know what to do. Then I was like, can I get this running on GitHub Pages? And they're like, no. So then I was like, well, I want to do this on Vercel. And apparently, like, the default way this thing scaffolded, it actually wouldn't run on Vercel, so we had to do, right off the bat, a big refactor.
Just immediately refactor.
Immediately refactor the scaffold, okay? And then now what we're doing is I kind of actually, I can use multiple agents, and you noticed I've been creating like kind of different chats for each distinct task I have, and that's because I want my context to stay clean. But I haven't actually really done a lot of parallel tasks here yet, and I think the reason for that is like I feel like you kind of need the like basics in place, right? Because then if you go parallelize yourself with like 5 different agents, parallelize is such a hard word, man.
Parallelize.
I can't do it.
No, don't even try. Don't
try it. You should try it, but don't try saying it. We need a better word. Anyways, I feel like you kind of need like the scaffold there because even, yes, I could use Git work trees and stuff like that right now and have like 5 different things going at once, yes. But like I feel like I'm still kind of at the point where I don't have like the bones of this thing. right? And then what's going to end up happening is even, I mean, you get work trees and the changes are separated. Each one, when I try to pull them all together, because I don't have the bones of this thing in place, right? It's just going to all step over each other is what I'm worried about.
It's going to be a mess.
I'm trying to get to like a basic point. Like with VS Code, when I'm contributing, I don't have this problem because it's already built out.
So you have like a basic scaffold here.
Literally. And I'm using the like integrated browser. So there was this simple browser. Oh, great. I killed the web app. So there was always this simple browser thing, simple browser show, but we've been working on this new integrated browser. And we actually have a session coming from Justin and Kyle and Joaquín later, kind of showing off this new browser and some of the things you can do. So I'm actually working inside of VS Code right now. I'm vibe coding. We have our Go app. It's going not great, as you can see, failed to load page. But you know what? I'm using Go, so I'm feeling actually great.
Well, listen, I think I'm done.
See, so maybe I shouldn't have gone to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. That's on you. I'm using Rust, and so here, let me walk you through what I did. So first of all, I took a screenshot, or I took a photo of the challenge with my phone.
I did the same, and airdropped it to my machine.
Same thing. And then I basically said, what did I say? So first I had to ask, is my machine configured to run Rust? Can I build a website with Rust? Because I don't know. So it's like, Rust isn't installed on your machine. Here's how you can build. I was like, cool. So yes, install what I need, and then I'm going to get a prompt ready for you. So while it's installing Rust, I'm airdropping this photo over. And then there's an error, and I don't know what this means at all. And then this is my prompt. We're doing the vibe coding contest. I'm going to give you the rules.
Yep.
Then I said, boost the prompt. It's basically like add more fidelity to the instructions that they provided us.
Yep.
And then create a detailed plan. So then I went into plan mode.
Yep.
And then I said it would be better if we could deploy it, but we have to get it running locally. That's P0. If you have any questions, let me know. So then it goes through, and I don't know if it's going to show the questions here, but one of the first things it said to me was, it goes, hey, you don't need Rust to do this. You just need HTML and JavaScript. That was like the first thing the agent said. It was like, do you still want to use Rust?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to go down this path?
All Rust is going to do is serve this HTML page. And I was like, absolutely, I want to use Rust.
If you aren't using Rust, what are you even doing with your career right now?
I don't know. Exactly. Are you a real developer if you're not using Rust? I don't know. So, okay, so then it keeps going down. So then what I do is, so then I switch to my custom agent, which is the beast mode rebooted.
Yep.
So my custom agent here does a couple things that are important. So first of all, it forces the thing to use context 7. It forces it to run things in sub-agents. I know I'm not supposed to use sub-agents. I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. I told you I wasn't going to listen. And then it lays out some mandatory coding principles. Now, then the next thing that it does is I switched into autopilot, which I think is experimental in the CLI, but it's essentially the Copilot CLI's version of a Ralph loop.
Okay.
And then it just keeps going, it keeps going, it keeps going. It's trying to test, it's opening the local host, taking screenshots, and then we get down here to the bottom, and it's like, okay, cool, I'm done. And I was like, well, how do I run it? And so that took me a minute to figure out how to run it, but it's up.
Dude.
So there's a couple things. So first of all, I used the front-end design skill from skills.sh, which I just have installed. Like, it's just there. And Theo told me that Opus 4.6 with the front-end design skill is like, that's really the most goated way to do design. So that's what I did. And then the agent browser skill is what it used for to test.
To validate.
To make sure that it actually ran. Because one of the problems with agents is that they can't close the loop. You're the one who pointed this out to me. Yep. And so what they do is they're like, cool, I did it. And then you go and you're like, you didn't do it.
And you're like,
it doesn't work at all. So it has to be able to close the loop. So the agent browser skill enables it to use a browser and do that. I don't know if this actually works though. Hold on. Can we give people kudos? Let's give John some kudos. Hey!
Ooh, look at that animation.
Look at that animation. Wait, does it persist if I reload the page? It does!
Wow, that's
Am
really
I done?
impressive.
Did I win?
I'm gonna challenge you to some more things.
Okay, what should I do?
I think you should add. Okay, we're getting crazy here.
All right, what are we gonna do?
You should add Copilot SDK to this, and you should basically let me ask questions about our contributors, like who contributed to this release, and what are some of John's other contributions to VS Code. I think you could do that. And then you ground it in the information from like the updates and stuff.
But then how do I deploy that? I can't deploy
No, you
that.
can deploy that.
But then everybody's going to be beating up my Copilot subscription.
Well, that's fair. I need to think about how you would architect. Well, you should ask Copilot.
How to do this so that, okay.
How to architect.
Okay.
I think that would be interesting.
All right, let's see if we can pull that off.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to continue. It's not over. I mean, they get to vote. They may decide
That's the thing.
who win.
I still got an hour and a half, I think, something like this, 2 hours, right? So there's a lot of time for me to catch up here.
I think I'm going to try to figure out how to deploy this, like, because building locally is easy. That's never been the hard part. The hard part is always deployment. So let's see if the agent can actually help me get this up so people can vote and give kudos.
Love that.
All right, let's check in with chat real quick. We have 30 seconds to do that. Let's see. Go Power Rangers. All right. Let's see. This stuff is awesome. Hey, Gregor, what's up, man? How are you doing? You gonna come run the booth with us again this year at Build? Harold's here. What's up? Where's the repo? I'll check
we
in
gotta
shortly.
push this
We'll
to our
post it.
repo, yeah.
We'll come back here in a second, but for right now, I gotta run a show, y'all. I'm on top of it. Now, we're gonna throw it over to edited by Doug. Oh, no, wait, sorry. That's not right. Hold on. We're going to go over to Connor. Connor Peet with skills, MCP apps, and extensions. Over to Connor. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Burke. So I'm here to talk about extending your agent with MCP. And MCP is probably this thing you've heard of, like you can plug things into your agent loop. So Burke, like I was talking about, like being able to like deploy your app to places, and so that's something that you could do with MCP. Like Azure has a great MCP server. There's like Supabase. There's all the places that Cloudflare has an MCP server. So you're probably familiar with like that as a concept as a thing you can use to make your like agent loop a better and more capable. But it's more than just tools, and so like a lot of those things, like deploying things, you could think of, you could also use a command line tool for that as well, and like agents can use command line tools really well as well too. They can have knowledge of like tools that have been around. They can also like figure out themselves pretty well how to use any given CLI. But the thing about MCP is that it's more than just tools, and actually tools were the kind of the first thing that came around when MCP was first created about a year and a quarter ago. So that came with tools and then resources and sampling, and then there have been a lot of like cool things since then, and I'm going to go through some of them today. There are several things that MCP does over just the CLI or over just like a basic like a tool call. Like one of those is dealing with resources, and so MCP tools can return resources like to you, so they can like generate images, and those can be like interpreted by your agent loop, and you can also provide those as well to your MCP tool calls. Also recently, as of the 2025 like 11.25 like revision, there is notion of async tasks, and so something that like a lot of agent loops struggle with is dealing with like tasks, like a dev server that start like in the background, and we have like you have various ways and like detections that if we see like you're running a dev server in terminal, we can like detach from that and like not block on that. But in MCP, those kinds of things are first class workflows, and so going back again to like deploying a site, you might have a task that creates a VM which could take like 5 to 10 minutes, and you don't want your agent loop to be blocked on that. And so that's something that an MCP server can represent really well, like as a task that's running in the background that the agent loop can go and check in on again after it's finished. And there's also the notion of like licitations, and so MCP servers can ask you for information, as well as sampling, which is a way for them to make their own requests back to the LLM. And actually have a quick demo that shows some of these. So I just put together a really quick, just vibe coded like MCP server that helps create a website. And so I'm going to start by saying I'm making a portfolio site that has all of my tools code in it. And so that's going to just call this tool. I'm going to just allow all tools in this session just to make it nice and easy. Oh no, 1 second, let me pull, I think I have to pull this up again. I have like 5 different VS Code windows for doing demos of the session, so I think I didn't start that one. All right, let's try that again real quick. Let's start this again, and hopefully it'll all be good this time. There we go. So we started a new project, and in this also like returned a resource. It's just kind of a dummy resource that just says like this is my portfolio, and it has some like draft metadata around it. But now I can start showing off one of the new features, which is illustration, or newish as of November. So I'm going to go ahead and say start designing my layout. And so what this is going to do is that it's going to have the model ask me, oh, I think I'm out of date. Normally this would show in chat, but we can go ahead and do that. And this opens a web page hosted by the MCP server, which lets me like kind of sketch out my design. So, I could have like a rectangle here for my content. I can have like a nav bar, maybe like a navigation, or maybe a sidebar there, and I'll say done. So now we see that actually comes back inside the tool call. So that comes back as a resource from that tool call. We see my beautiful design there. You can also have, if you have like Figma assets, for example, you can like save these assets as well. So I can go ahead and download those if I want to. I can save them here into my test site folder, and there they are. So now, let's say I want to go ahead and configure my site. So configure my site. And this is going to show a slightly different mode of elicitation, where it's basically a form-based elicitation, where it's going to ask me essentially in kind of like quick pick flow what I want to do. So I'll do a creative site, I'll do a single page site. Sure, that color sounds great, and I'll do that as my maximum content, and let's skip the animations for now. I can also select my features, and so I want to say this is a contact form, and I can go ahead and do that. Now we should actually be about good to go. So let's go ahead and ask it to generate content. So this is actually going to go through the MCP server, and the MCP server is going to use the sampling feature to actually make its own requests going back to the model. So first of all, get a prompt, just because if you have a premium model selected, you don't want to like have a server like using a premium request like without you knowing about it. But I can go ahead and allow that, and then that'll go ahead and create that content for me. So it's going to go make those pages. I think maybe the server is being a bit lazy here, but that's kind of the overall flow of some of these features. And if we go to the log of requests that it made, we should be able to see that, and we see that it made these requests to the server and asked for these different contents. So that's kind of what we had as of like last release, or sorry, as of the release back in December. But the cool new thing that the cool new thing that's come out recently is MCP apps. Oops. Oh yeah. And I'll actually start by showing a quick demo from Storybook, which is an MCP server that's oriented around like designing different components on the web. And how they used MCP apps in their scenario. So essentially what they do, let's try and skip forward this because I'm aware of time. They use MCP apps to actually show like interactive content inside of chat. So MCP apps essentially give the MCP server a way to like have their like own content, which is shown inside of chat. And so the very basic way is just, you have a tool call, and tool call like returns like data, and data is shown inside of a response. But these are actually fully interactive things as well. And so there's a few other cool things that you can do with apps. So I'm going to go ahead and swap to the window if I can find the window. Here we go. In this repo, I have some pull requests, and so I want to like review those, but I don't know like what I want to do first, and so I'm going to ask the model to please use the list sort tool, which has an MCP app attached to it. And what this does is actually lets me have a like interactive list here, and I can drag around this list, and I can say, maybe I want to like view this PR first, and so I'll drag that to the top. And then in this app, I have a button to say I want to save the order. And so then it pre-fills my next message with that resulting order. So that's a nice way that I can like really easily kind of like interact with this. And otherwise, I'd have to like copy and paste things around. But this gives me a very natural way to do that interaction. So it means to do that, and then it's going to probably like call GitHub and go ahead and start doing that. Oh no, I'll have to change. I'll change two different model. Let's just do 4.1. Yeah, so that's one thing. One other kind of cool thing from this MCP server that I'm using, which is just a kind of demo server, is that I have the script here that does some benchmarking, and this just like runs some benchmarking on some of the code in this repo. But I want to say that I want to then analyze this code. So I think I have something in my history. Let's see. So I can ask the model. I'm going to swap over to Haiku here. I'm going to ask it to run this benchmark and then analyze the result. So it's going to go ahead and take a second to read that and build my server, or build my project. If I can figure out how to do that. And then run the benchmark. And so we see that it completes here. And so normally I'd have to then, I think there's a CPU profile somewhere in here. But what it actually did is that because it created a CPU profile file, that was actually given to a tool that exposes an MCP app, and actually let me visualize that like directly inside of chat here. So I can, oops, I didn't want to close that. I just want to collapse that sidebar. So I can then like go in, I can see like this is the time it took to do these different things. I can click on, say I want to like analyze like this call frame a bit more, and it looks like actually creating this broken circuit error actually took like the majority of time in this one test case. And so I'll go ahead and click over into that if the click works, and then I can go ahead and hit analyze. And so that's going to then basically pre-fill again given prompt to analyze like to analyze that frame in the call stack, and so it's going to give me like some good suggestions to fix these things, and then it looks like I think these are probably pretty good things. It's using a singleton error instead of creating a new one every time, because collecting a call stack is kind of expensive in JavaScript, and that should fix the issue. So those are both nice ways that you can use apps to kind of like visualize and kind of like create like interactions with your data inside your agent view. So it's really good for the human in the loop kind of things where you have like data that's messy or data that that's like not really like easy to like manipulate otherwise. You can actually now have a rich app that you can interact with in very easy ways to do these things. Hop over here again. Try to figure out how to go to my next slide with the YouTube video up. There we go. Yeah. So apps as we've shown can do a few things. They can show the results. They can actually also attach data to. They can also attach like, data to your context, and they can send messages on your behalf, which is what I showed in those two examples. But one really cool thing they can also do is they can actually also call tools on the MCP server itself, and you can use that to do some really interesting interactions. So, and both the two apps that I just demoed, those showed you visual, and then you could interact with it, but then the agent loop at that point was kind of done. But you can actually do a more advanced flow where you can actually have the MCP tool wait for interaction in that app to happen before it returns control back to the model. So I have this flow diagram, but it's probably easiest to just show it to you. So I just like vibe coded. I just like one shot this color picker MCP. You can see my vibe coding right here. It was 2 requests. And essentially, what it's going to do is that it has a tool called pick color, and that's just going to show a color picker, and and how MCP app is declared is that the tool has like metadata right here, which has a URI of a resource on that server, which presents that MCP app's UI. And then what I actually did here is I have a second tool called confirm color, and this is only going to be visible to the app itself. And then when this is called, it's going to like confirm the color like was picked, and then my pick color tool is going to wait on that pending pick to actually resolve. So I can go ahead and do that. I'm going to use haiku because I'm asking about a haiku, and I'll ask it to pick my favorite color, and then write a haiku about it. If it's going to work, no. I'm going to have to ask me for my favorite color. Let's try this. Well, that's not very useful. Using the pick color tool. As I said, this is vibe coded and like not tuned. There we go. So now it's actually going to use that tool, and we can see that the tool is actually still running as far as VS Code is concerned. But I can now go and interact with it. I like a nice dark green color, so I'm going to go ahead and pick that. And then once I hit confirm, it's going to send that response back to the model, and the model is going to hopefully write something very nice about my move. Yep, there we go. And just like that. So this was actually all vibe coded just using a skill, which Burke just talked about. So there is actually just pulled down a skill from there we go, from this MCP apps playground repo that another team member made, and I just like pulled this down. I said, hey Copilot, here's the skill, here's what I want, and then go do it. So that's how that app was made. So we're about out of time, but in essence, like those are the ways like you can use MCP to interact in rich ways like with the model. And if you're a developer of an MCP server, definitely check out MCP apps. They're supported in VS Code, and I think Claude and OpenAI also support them now. So try them out, give them a shot, and yeah, build something cool. That's all for me. So I'll pass it off to whoever's next.
New features are available when working with the agent inside of VS Code, enabling you to add additional messages to the queue or even steer the current agent session. Here I'm going to go ahead and add a new feature to my VS Code changelog bot to detect images and make sure it adds it to the post. With long-running tasks like this, I'm often thinking of the next task before the first one finishes. Or I may have noticed that I forgot to give it a little bit of context, and I want to go ahead and sort of redirect what the agent is doing. An example here is maybe there's multiple images and we should actually have a threaded conversation. I now have the ability, like always, to stop and then send a new message right away. But now I can also add a message to the queue. The message is going to wait there, and then it will be sent automatically after the current response completes. But if a session is ongoing, I can also steer with a new message. This is going to signal the current request to yield, basically waiting, say, hey, after you finish your tool execution, process this new message immediately and add it to your context. And if I don't want to wait, I can always send the message right away. And just like that, I'm steering the agent back on track with my new ideas. Agent skills are folders of instructions, scripts, and resources that agents can discover and use to do things more accurately and efficiently. Here inside my Visual Studio wallpaper website, I have a few skills, one specifically for image manipulation using image magic. Now, traditionally, if I was to ask the agent to start to resize these images on demand, it could look at the skills and realize that it has an image manipulation skill that it can follow accurately. But now, if I know exactly what I want to do, I can invoke that skill with a slash command. By using /image manipulation, I can use it just like a prompt. It can now be loaded on demand or directly inside of the chat window. If you want to find more awesome skills, check out the awesome Copilot repo and the extension to VS Code, where you can browse instructions, prompts, agents, and skills. And of course, you can always create your own right from the chat window. Hooks are now available inside of VS Code, enabling you to execute custom shell commands at key lifecycle points during agent sessions. We support a bunch of different hooks, including pre-tool use, post-tool, session start, and a lot more. I've gone ahead and created a stop hook, which will be executed when the session stops. I've specified specifically a bash script to run, but you can specify anything for Mac, Windows, or Linux, including PowerShell scripts. Now, when this gets run, it will automatically commit and then push the changes when the session has finished. Let's go ahead and see it in action. So let's go ahead and select this refresh button that I want to remove from the user interface. Now, this is going to send off the request to the agent and it's going to get to work. And then we can see that when it has finished, a hook is being executed. And that shell script will then be run, creating the commit and pushing the changes. All of this is available today. And as always, happy coding.
Hey guys, my name is Justin.
I'm Kyle.
And I'm Joaquín.
And we're developers on the VS Code team. And one thing I wanted to talk to you guys about today was the integrated browser in VS Code. So something that you guys may not know is that we actually have a browser built in directly to VS Code. And what exactly does that look like? We'll go ahead and show you right now. So there are a couple entry points into the integrated browser. The first one I wanted to show was with a new setting that was actually added. So you can see here, over here, Workbench browser, open localhost links. If I do command and click, this will actually open up the integrated browser. The other easy entry point is right here with the command palette. You can see here I have browser, open integrated browser, and that'll do the exact same thing. And it'll open an empty browser here. I can go ahead and paste in my localhost here. The last entry point, let's say your agent had finished cooking and it finally was like, oh, do you want to run, do you want to open this locally hosted site? So I'll just prompt it here. I'll just say start this. And we actually have a built-in tool here, which will go ahead and execute open integrated browser. We don't see it here. That's OK. But yeah, you can see here, well, it wants to run the React app, but that's OK. Yeah, normally we have a tool here that will actually open the integrated browser here. Right now it still says open simple browser, but it should be effectively the same thing. Cool. I guess some of the features that the integrated browser has, I'll go ahead and show this off. So when you click on this button, you can see here in the hover, it says add element to chat. And I'll go ahead and kind of highlight around. And you guys kind of saw this in the video beforehand as well, but you can go ahead and click on a couple different elements and you can highlight them and it'll actually add them into chat directly. And what exactly does that look like for the model? This is what was added. We added what the element looked like, an HTML path to the element, a couple of the attributes related to that element, all the computed styles that we get. Obviously, you can see here there's a lot. There is the outer HTML. This is also kind of a lot, but it kind of just shows the entire path, the entire element, everything inside of it. And lastly, all of the matched CSS that we're grabbing. And one really cool thing is, obviously, this isn't super readable for, I don't know, for me or you, but if I go ahead and hover over this, there's a little bit of a more readable UI that you can see. It'll highlight some of the key computed styles. You can see here it's display flex. It has no margin. It has some padding, some of the main colors, as well as a little bit of a more readable HTML path, as well as all the inner text. So another interesting thing with this is I have a couple of settings here. So if you go here and look up add elements, so right here you can see I can choose to disable attaching CSS or disabling attaching the image. So when I selected that element, actually, it attached an image. And that's just an image of the element that can potentially help the model with figuring out what exactly it looks like at the moment. So let's disable these and show off what that looks like. I'll select the same element. And you can see here, it just added this element here. And we don't have any CSS attached anymore. So that's just to kind of help you with your customization if you want to fine tune and just only give it HTML and only give it some of the more specific information. So to kind of show off this in action, one of the demos I like showing off, I'll go and re-enable both of these. A really basic demo I can show off is, let's say I click on this. There's the hero element, once again, kind of going over the hover. You can see here, it's a pretty large section. It's got some attributes there. Here's the HTML path. I want to change this to a different image. So let's just say change this hero image to the in-game background. And that's just an image that I already have here in the workspace, I believe. We'll give that a second. I literally said give it a second, and that was the spinning text that was showing up. But cool, like looks like it wants to do some searching. And I guess while that goes, another cool feature that we have with this is you can actually access the dev tools. So you can click here, and it's as if it was in any regular external browser. You can go here, you can click, you can select a couple elements, look at them, look at the computed CSS, the styles, the layout, et cetera, et cetera. So network performance, everything, it's all here. And the reason we have this is because we're using Chrome DevTools protocols behind the scenes. And look at that, it ended up changing the background for us very nicely. You can see all the context that we gave it. Once again, you have this hover as well as this image here, so it knows exactly what it's looking at. The last one to show off here is this button here in the middle. And let's say, so at the moment, I click add to cart. You can see here nothing actually works. You can see here there were actually a couple of errors, so I'll paste those in chat. This button actually does add console logs to chat. So I think I clicked it twice, but now you can see here there are a bunch of logs in chat now. And that's something that we're going to use before I pass it off to Joaquín. So we see that we have some errors there. I want to go ahead and click on this button. And yeah, maybe implement the cart page. At the moment, when I click on the add to cart button, nothing works. Yeah, so I'll send that off. It has all the context. We'll let it cook, and I'll go ahead and pass it off to Joaquín to talk about it some more.
Thanks, Justin. So while that is running, let me talk through some of the technical aspects of this browser. So some people might have noticed that there was already an existing in-product browser within VS Code even last year. However, that browser had many limitations that we have overcome in this new version. So one of them was that the old browser, there were several pages that would show up just blank. You know, you would go to bing.com, google.com, and it would just show a blank page. And the reason for that is that the old browser was based on iframe, and certain pages, like Bing, don't allow to be embedded within an iframe. So whenever you try, it just doesn't render at all. We have overcome that, and we can see that we can open Bing just fine in the new experience. Another issue in the old version of the browser was that you couldn't have auth flows like OAuth and so on. Those were broken, and those you can think it's important if you're building a local site and it has these social logins with your Microsoft account, with your GitHub account, or et cetera, and you want to be able to have that working, right, as you're developing. So now you can see that we have that working. Here I'm logged in to Bing, and you can also see, for example, if I go to GitHub, that I'm also logged in there. So this new browser, instead of iframes, we've actually implemented it using the same technology that's used behind a regular browser tab, right, in a regular browser. And so that not only allows us to have this increased compatibility with these sites that we have seen, but it also gives us more like control in terms of the pages, in terms of the storage, and in terms of the isolation, right? So here, by default, whenever let's say that we create an entire new VS Code window and open integrated browser there, you will see that I'm still signed in there. That's because by default, we have the storage, including cookies, including local storage, including cache, right? It's scoped to the entire VS Code, just it's global. However, we can change that. If we open here the browser settings, we're able to set that either to global, which is the default, as I have shown, or you can scope it to your workspace so that only browsers within the same workspace are sharing all of this same browsing data. You can also set it to ephemeral, in which case each browser view will be independent of each other, will not have access to each other's browsing data. Now, in addition to that, you can go and clear the storage here, which is similar to in a regular browser when you clear the browsing data, and it will get rid of it, and it specifies the scope, which is the one that we set in the settings. Now, I wanted to go back here, and I wanted to show some additional features we have added to the browser. So we've worked to make the browsing experience a familiar one. So in addition to the features that Justin has mentioned that are AI enabled, we've also brought some features that are common to browsers, as for example the dev tools that Justin has walked through. But we also have find in page. Let's say we go here. You can Control F, and then your computer, and it will work as expected. We've also brought some of the keyboard shortcuts that you may be familiar from your regular browser, so that you can use them here, like Control F, as I mentioned. Let's go to this contact page. The usual, editing, like you can copy, paste, cut. You can select all of your typical ones. We've also added other ones, like some navigation shortcuts, which depending on Windows or Mac, but on Mac you can do Command left or right, or Command left bracket, right bracket. You can focus the URL bar, and so on. In addition to that, we've made sure that you can use VS Code commands such as Control-Shift-P to open the command palette, and those still work. Now I'll pass it on to Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, Joaquín. So yeah, today we've seen like a whole bunch of really cool features, right? Whether it's improvements to the existing experience, to reiterate, some of the things like keyboard shortcuts, auth support, find in page, dev tools, and then all the the integrations with the chat agent, right? Selecting an element, sharing that with the chat, sharing your console logs, these things that just really help the experience. And all those things that we've talked about today are already available. Right? Those are already in VS Code, either VS Code stable, or there's a couple things that are in Insiders at the moment, but those are all things that people can go try out right now. So now I want to shift a little bit, and I want to give a little sneak preview as to some of the things that are coming up, and some of the things that we're currently working on to make this experience even better and even more powerful. So here you can see I have this is a project that I've been working on. It's basically a bookmark manager. And I have it open in the integrated browser, right? So we see all the familiar things that we have here that's just running on localhost. But there's one new thing here, right? Just above my cursor here, there's a new button. And if I hover over that button, see it says Share with Agent. So that's curious. So if I click that, a couple things change, right? The button changes to say it's sharing with the agent now, and you can see this like border around the, my page here to indicate, hey, the agent's here too, right? I'm sharing this page with the agent. So what can I do with that? Well, let's find out. So I want to give it just something very general. Let's just say, try out the app and see if you can find some bugs. Good enough. So the agent will start working here, and pretty shortly we should see that it has access to the browser tab. It's going to see if the watch task is running, which it is already running. Let's give it a second here. I'm going to try it again. Try the app.
It's an empty session, right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
There you go.
I'm not sure what happened there. No, I don't want you to run the watch task. I want you to look at my browser. Right, so now that we're here, we can see that it can see the browser content, right? So it could read the page content. It can see my bookmark manager app. It's loaded with some sections and a bunch of bookmarks. And furthermore, it can start interacting with it, right? So it can click things. It can type text, might do a search here, right? It can do right clicks, test outs, like all the functionality here. And of course, this is all stuff that I could do too, right? But this way I don't have to, right? So the usual developer flow, for web development, it is to I'm in the browser, I'm in VS Code, and I'm working on the code and making changes, and then I switch over to the browser, right? So those changes are built, I go over into the browser, I try them out, I make sure that it looks good, maybe I find a bug, maybe I find something I don't like, and then I have to bring that back into VS Code, right? And it's that transition that's difficult, right? Because I have to bring that context back and explain to the agents, hey, here's what I was doing, here's the bug that I found. So this way, this fully closes the loop, right? Everything is happening within VS Code, from end to end. I can, have the agent help me with a feature, have the agent help me test that feature in here, right? And this is, again, still all interactable here, right? This is the same page that I would be working with, but I can hand it off to the agent whenever. So tons of potential here, tons of power. And this is upcoming soon. And as Justin mentioned previously, this is all backed by the Chrome DevTools protocol. So like Joaquín mentioned, the page here is really just a browser tab, right? It's the same Chromium-based tabs that are used in Chrome or Edge. And so we have the full power of CDP. So these tools are actually using Playwright to connect to CDP, and so we get all the power of Playwright, all the power of CDP, and that unlocks a ton of potential, right? So, we can do agentic tools here with Playwright. We can do debugging support. We've got lots and lots of things that are planned work, stuff that we're working on right now to make this even better. Sure. Yeah, it's opening all kinds of dialogues while I talk. But so tons of potential, tons of stuff that we're still working on and looking into. By no means is this the final state that we've showed so far here. So this is kind of just a teaser as to some of the stuff that's coming up. Speaking of which, Justin, how's that cart page coming along?
Yeah, sure. I guess you can kind of show off how that cart page looks now. Probably nowhere as cool as the agent controlling my screen, but I did manually add some context, and I think it did a pretty good job. So you can see here is the requests with all the context that we added in, and we can just go ahead and try it out now. Spam add to cart a couple times, and we've got a cart page working. So did really well with the context, and now wants some validation, but once again, as Kyle mentioned, a lot of these features are already in Insiders or already released, but also some of them that are upcoming. So some of the features we know for sure that will be out in the March release will be the console logs to chat, as well as some of the new bridge hovers and everything that you saw here with the adding elements like auth, the CDP here. All of these will be available. So keep an eye out, and if you have any issues using the integrated browser, you can find all of us on GitHub. You can file us GitHub issues. We'll definitely see them and do our best to take a look. Once again, I think that's pretty much it about the integrated browser, and hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Happy coding.
All right. Welcome back, folks. The situation for me has gone from pretty good to pretty bad. We only have 3 minutes here. Let me just tell you, I knew deploying was going to be the problem. Is definitely the problem. What have you got? Where are you at?
Okay, so I'm making some decent progress here. So we actually, last time we checked in with me, I literally had a bootstrapped website and Go. Okay, so now we actually have something kind of functioning here. We do love our community on VS Code. We can come over and look at our contributors. So let's open that up. And so you can go in and see, like, for a given release, who's actually contributing. So 1.109, we had 26. 1.108, nothing. So clearly a bug right there. I have also, I challenged you last time. I said, okay, let's figure out how to integrate Copilot SDK into this, so that we actually have we can ask natural language questions about contributors and things going on. So I've attempted. Let's see if this totally falls over. Yep. So I'm still making progress on that. So that's something that I'm cooking over here. I've also been exploring a leaderboard. So let's check in on that. We're doing it live. I literally haven't even looked at this leaderboard yet. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's not going to work. The fact that this page, I'm getting the spinner of death right here, I have a feeling there's some blocking process that we're running to fetch all this data. Okay, this is pretty cool. Community leaderboard. So this wasn't part of the original challenge, but I can come in. Okay, I can see who has the most pull requests, who contributed to the most releases. Simon.
Whoa, hey Simon.
How you doing?
Nice.
So this is kind of fun. Some of these people actually work on the team, so I need to figure out why the algorithm's not picking up on that. I also added light dark here.
You get no credit for your.
You get no credit. That's your job. So yeah, I feel like we're making good progress. We got a leaderboard. We got contributors. We're working on some Copilot SDK integration, and yeah.
Let me go over to the chat here. Double check on that. By the way, we're supposed to let y'all decide what feature we're supposed to let them decide. So the rules say. Chat votes on one fun thing to add. What happens to the most kudos?
That's a tough word too.
The person who gets the most kudos, what happens to them?
Well, it sounds ominous the way you're describing it.
Sheesh. I think should they go to the top, or maybe their card glows? I don't know. Or what happens every time someone clicks kudos? Right now, mine's sending.
You
have
an animation,
you have a heart
which
animation.
is quite nice.
Do a confetti or a sound.
Yes.
What a sound, a voice going kudos.
Like AI voice saying kudos.
Kudos, John. Kudos. So anyway, you're supposed to figure that out. In the meantime, we're going back to the studio, y'all. We're gonna keep it rolling. Where are we gonna go? Hey.
What?
One of my favorite people. Sandy's up next.
Oh, awesome. Great.
Sandy, bring your own model in VS Code. We could ask this all the time.
Hey, thank you. Quick introduction about me. My name is Sandeep. Yep. Hi, my name is Sandeep. I'm a developer in VS Code. Today, I'm here to demo how you can bring your own model into VS Code and use Copilot Chat. So here is a project, sticky sprint project, which I've just cloned. I would like to use my own model here to understand about this project. So I logged into Copilot, and I have these models available. I'm a free user right now. So let me pick an auto, and then let me see what this project is about. So just ask about this project. Yeah, and yep, it is explaining me about this project using the existing models. So now I heard about this Minimax model, which I want to use and see whether I can use that model inside VS Code, right? So I can do that by going here. And we have a manage models editor, which opens this. And I have a subscription in Open Router where I can actually use this Minimax model. So let me try to configure that and use that. So I have so let me pick Open Router, and then I have a key over there, provide the key, and then that's it. So all the models available in Open Router are shown here. So let me see if I have this Minimax model, which I want to try. Yes, so I have this Minimax. So I have enabled Minimax 2.5. Cool. Let me go back and try to see if I can use that model here. Yes, this is available here. And let me select that model. And probably one thing I want to do with this model is to see, since I don't see a README here, let me try to add a README. So add README to this project. So it is now using the Minimax model, which I've configured. Yeah, cool. Yeah, there you go. So it's so I can use my custom model here. And yeah, I have the README available, which is done by the custom model which I have configured. So next thing is maybe I would like to have models running on my machine. Maybe I would like to use that models in VS Code, right? So I have Ollama running in my machine. Maybe I want to use the models from the Ollama. So let me show you how to configure and use that. So again, I'll go back to manage models and add models. So we have various providers here, and let me pick Ollama. And by default, it is running in this URL endpoint, so I don't need to change it. Yes, so I have the Ollama models available here, and I can go back and start using the 23 coder from Ollama. So I would like to quickly also show how I can configure using an endpoint. So let's say by some reason this model is not working. Let me probably want to add a custom OpenAI model. So we have a provider where you can add an OpenAI compatible model. So yeah, OpenAI compatible, and then I don't need to provide an API key because it is running on my machine. Yeah, so it opens this configuration file, and where I can actually go and add the OpenAI compatible model. So I quickly have the configuration here. Let me go and paste it. Yeah, so this is nothing but using the same country model from Ollama, but configuring as a specific compatible endpoint. So now let me come back to the editor. Now I can see our 23 coder configured as OpenAI compatible models available, and yeah, I can use it. So this is all I have. So you can bring your own models into VS Code and use them in Copilot chat. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you very much. Back to you in studio.
In VS Code, you can bring your own language model key to enable use of any model from a supported provider by bringing your own API key. This means you can access a vast ecosystem of models beyond those built into VS Code. And all it takes is an extension install. For example, install the Hugging Face Provider extension to use frontier open LLMs, or try out Cerebrus Inference, which powers the world's top coding models, making code generation pretty much instant. And the AI Toolkit extension gives you its provided models, whether it's a custom model you've tuned in Microsoft Foundry, a local model via Foundry Local, or any of the models in GitHub Models. You can then manage these models through the Language Model Picker, filtering by provider and showing the models that you want so that they are right at your fingertips for all of your chats. Because it's all about developer choice.
Hi everyone, my name is Julia, and in my session we're going to talk about how we ship models in VS Code. So in Sandeep's session, you've already seen how you can actually manage and you can configure these. And in my session, I'm going to talk about a little bit how they actually, like what it works or how it works, how we're getting these models into VS Code. So for this, I'm actually going to take you on a little bit of a journey. So I recently started as a PM in Visual Studio Code. Before that, I was using VS Code daily, but I never really thought about, well, what happens or how does it work that a new model will just show up here? And as an example, we released Sonnet 4.6 on Tuesday. We had Opus released last week. We are actually right now releasing Gemini 3.1 Pro. So you can see there's a lot of traffic and a lot of movement for these model releases going on. So I never really thought about, well, how does it work and how do new models come in? And most importantly, how do we make sure the quality of these models actually work in VS Code itself as well? So while I was joining the team and for me to dig a little bit deeper into this topic or this conversation, so how do we know whether a new model performs well inside VS Code? How do we know if the new model is actually using the VS Code tools correctly? And also, how do we make sure that every time we are releasing a new model, the experience stays fast, stable, and it doesn't really disrupt the developer workflow, and it just works, right? So these are all of these questions that I ask myself, well, how do we make sure that all of this works whenever a new model is being released? This actually led us to a challenge which is called the non-determinism problem. What is this all about? So AI systems are non-deterministic. This essentially means the same prompt can produce different outputs across runs. And maybe you have experienced this yourself as well. Whenever you ask a model, hey, do this, it actually will produce, every time you ask this model a certain prompt, it will reproduce an output differently every time. So for this, and to showcase you this problem a little bit more in detail, I prepared a few things. So I'm a big soccer fan, so I asked one of the models to generate me a CSV file with just random data in there about the upcoming World Soccer Cup. So I'm just asking about like category, team size, like teams as well. So I just ask it to generate this. As well, I also asked one of the models to create me a Jupyter notebook because I wanted to do some data analysis. So this was the notebook I started out with, where it imported me required libraries, it loaded the CSV file, and then it also checked for missing values. So what I did next, and kind of to show you what the non-deterministic problem really is, I went into agent mode and I asked the exact same question 3 times and a different model. So for my first run, I asked Sonnet 4.6, I asked Opus, and I also asked Gemini. And you can see here on the left the different outputs for all of these different models. So this was my text prompt, basically asking, hey, I want you to analyze my data. I also want you to kind of come up and visualize some of the key trends. So let's take a look at what of the different models actually produced. So if we jump into the Gemini Pro Jupyter Notebook, we can see that it used my original Jupyter Notebook as a copy, kind of like as a template, but then it started to add something. So this is the part where Gemini 3 Pro took over and it did the analysis, it did like a little bit of tabling here, and then also at the end, it started to visualize it. It gave me like top 10 teams and really nice one kind of visualization, great. If we compare this, again, keep in mind, I asked the same model, the same text prompt. So for this one, and this one I think is GPT 5.3 Codex, again, it used my original Jupyter Notebook as a template, and then it went in and did an analysis. And if we scroll all the way down, we can immediately tell, even though it was the same text prompt, it created a different output, right? The visualization looks very different. And last but not least, I also did the same with our Opus model. Here, it, rather than just creating one file, it actually created different columns, different visualizations. So if I scroll down, it does a nice job in separating some of these things, but it doesn't give me this one kind of visualization that the other models did. And not saying that any of these aren't true or aren't right, just kind of to demonstrate you some of the challenges we go through and also what it means to have this non-deterministic problem, especially if you're releasing new models. Like, how do we know the quality of these models is actually accurate? All right, so now that we identified the non-deterministic problem, how can we solve this problem, especially if we are not yet releasing a model? We know that there will be a model release soon. So even though a system is non-deterministic, we needed a deterministic measurement, a way to repeatedly have tests that score the model's quality, the model's behavior, the same way every time we do this. And this is where evaluations or evals come in. And evaluations is a big and core part of our development or our integration pipeline whenever we are releasing new models. So what are evals? Let's take a look at the definition here. An evaluation eval is a test for an AI system. You give the model an input, your text prompt basically, and then we use grading logic to score its output and determined whether it was successful, whether maybe it wasn't as successful. And for this, we are using offline evals, which are a big part of our shipment pipeline, to have these repeatable automated tests before a model is released to the public, while we are integrating this into our development pipeline. And we are trying to score how this AI system with the new model is performing on these predefined tasks. So what are the test cases, or how do we come up with these test cases? So there are a bunch of open source benchmarks out there. As a very prominent or popular benchmark, it's called SweBench. And using SweBench as part of our release pipeline, we are still doing this, and it is nice to kind of see what the standards are out there using this open source benchmark as well. But we were detecting a few issues and a few challenges with this open source benchmark. One of them, potential leakage or familiarity challenge, which essentially means this is an open source benchmark, right? So we don't know how the model are being trained, if they're excluding this in their training data sets. So because it is public, models might have seen similar fixes before. So just knowing that this might be one of the challenges that we are running into whenever we are using, or whenever you are using, an open source benchmark. Another one that we detected is SweBench is very Python heavy. It uses a lot of their test cases, uses Python repos, environments. So it has a very strong score or tendency towards this kind of language. So especially for VS Code, we know we have developers out there who is not just using Python. We have so many different languages that they are using. So we wanted to make sure we are not just testing on one language in particular. We actually wanted to diversify the test cases that we are using. So what did we come up with? We came up with what we call vscbench. vscbench is our own internal VS Code benchmark that is made up of 50 plus developer test cases. This benchmark is still very new. We started this effort whenever I joined last year in August, but we knew how important evaluations are as part of our release pipeline. So for every new model release, in addition to running SweBench against it, we are also running vscbench. We are running all of these test cases as our official offline evaluations, and we are comparing the results from one model family to the next one, just to better quantify, before we are releasing this to a live audience, what the performance, what the quality of this new model will look like, and if it does work in our environment with our VS Code built-in tools, with all the developer tasks or developer flows we see very commonly in VS Code itself as well, and also to potentially catch any regression that we could see with any of the model releases. So because this is an internal benchmark, I'm not able to share too much detail into all of these different test cases that we have. But as an example today, I brought one way how we are using this and what are a core concept of these evaluation test cases is. So this is a very simple one of our example test cases. And this is the structure of it. So every test case in vscbench has an agent.yaml file. And while we are running our offline evaluation, it will go these steps and it will do the following. So it will use the text prompt, which, think of it, a user going in here and typing this text prompt in VS Code into the GitHub Copilot chat experience. And then a very important part of offline evaluations are our assertions. We know how or what would be the minimum core requirements for this model to work with this text prompt, because especially, again, every time we run this, the output could be very different. But because we have these assertions in there, which think of them as the core requirements that are needed for this model to be successful. So we are like writing down the assertions. For example, hey, for us it is very important that the agent should have a virtual environment. We want to make sure that the run in terminal tool is being called here and it doesn't use any other built-in tools in VS Code. So think of this as one test case, As I mentioned, VSC Bench currently has 50 plus other test cases as well across different languages, across different developer workflows that we are seeing. And we are doing this repeatedly before a model launch to see how the model performs if we see any regression in the quality. So once this is being done as part of our release, we are auto-generating what we call a model report card. And I brought an example model report card here to showcase one of the latest releases that we had, GPT 5.3 Codex. And usually as part of this, we do start comparing it across the different model families that we've had. So here you can see we are comparing one with the other. We typically start with some performance metrics where we want to make sure, especially the resolution rate for these new models is going up. It is able to solve more of our test cases that we have in there because we really care about our quality. And we are also then checking on how many steps does it take for this model to come to this conclusion. Not always saying that less step is better. We, of course, care about the quality, but it's just interesting to see the overall performance across some of the different metrics that we have. One very interesting metric that we care very deeply about is called success at case steps. We really like it because it is a good indicator not just on the resolution rate, but also efficiency. So it checks quality and efficiency at the same time, because on one end, it checks on how successful a run was, and also at the same time takes into comparison on how many text steps were being used here. So with this model, you were able to see very nicely, and we only ran our VSC bench against this once. Typically, we try to do this multiple times because, again, every time we do this, the outcome can be different. So we want to make sure that we actually have more data based on these different runs. But for this example report card, you can see GPT 5.3 was able to, very similar like GPT 5.2, go quickly up there, which is one of the things we care about. We want to see the model going up very quickly, but then overall the resolution rate is higher, so it seems to be more successful with more or the same amount of steps. And three metrics overall that we are looking at here is the average lift across all of these cases. We also check on the early step lift because we want to make sure, even though a model is successful overall, we still want it to be improving on efficiency as well. So that's also one of the indications we look at. And then overall, the area under the curve should be positive for the new model. So we just know overall one of the higher resolution rate is one thing that we also care about. All right, so once we've done this, and once we have our model card, what does the process overall then look like? And this is a very high-level process on typically the cycle we go through every time a new model appears. So we are working very closely with the model providers because they care about our feedback, but also we need to make sure that the model really works before a new announcement as well. So once we hear about a new announcement from our model provider friends, we are typically getting access, not too much in advance, but we are getting access to it. And this is important because on VS Code side, we are making some prompt updates to truly make sure the model that the model providers are giving us access to does work on client side, on VS Code side. And then as part of offline evals that we just talked about, we are kickstarting SWE-Bench, we are kickstarting VSC Bench, and we are also in parallel, of course, doing some manual testing. So think of these two things going on in parallel, offline evaluations, but also dogfooding manual testing within VS Code. We are using this as valuable feedback that we are sharing with the model providers, and see this as a very close loop. We are getting, based on the feedback, we are getting recommendations from them. We are taking some of the results we are seeing to make updates on the prompt updates that we have to do. And then ideally, depending on how much time we have before a model release, we are trying to go through this cycle more often, so we truly make sure that it works until the big day is coming your way. is the model launch day, and this is how you're able to open up GitHub Copilot and VS Code to open up your model picker, and that's how you're able then to see new models popping in. And from an end user perspective, it just kind of shows up. There's a lot of work going on before these model releases. We are very thankful for all of the partnerships we have with the model providers, and overall wanting to make sure we are providing our developers the best use case scenario, the best developer experience in VS Code. So yeah. Overall, if you're interested in anything VSC bench related, I mentioned that this is currently an internal benchmark, but if these kind of topic areas are something that you're interested in, just tag us, reach out to us. We're always interested to kind of hear where this lands with our community, if this is an area of interest for more people out there. Thank you all so much for listening, and have a good rest of your day.
All right. Thank you, Julia.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was awesome. Welcome back, folks. Well, the situation has changed somewhat drastically. Let me just bring you up to speed on where I am. So there's a lot of different, I feel a lot of different ways about this. So let me go back to the site. So here's the site. Let me show you what I've added.
Okay.
So I added the ability to load any release. So you just paste in the URL here, and it will load in the January 2026 release. And then they say that y'all can hear this. So like, Anisha, can y'all hear that? Can they hear that? Just me making noise. You said to make noise. I added it. It says this is a horn sound effect. I don't know if it actually is.
Your CPU is gonna explode from the amount of parts.
And look, and here's chat. So you can try to sign in with GitHub. Oh, you can't? Okay, but it won't work.
Okay, we're making some progress.
We're making some progress here. Now, here's where I'm a little stuck.
Are you local hosting? What's happening here?
Yeah, it's local host.
Okay.
It's trying to deploy, and it's been doing this for quite some time. So it's sending it up to Azure. Shuttle wouldn't work, right? Like if you work at Shuttle, I don't know, maybe I did something wrong, but I just do Shuttle login and it would just hang there. So then I went back and I said, this doesn't work, where else can we put it? It was like, well, we should put it in Azure, and it's been at that since that happened. So that's where I'm at. And then also, I'm not supposed to do it, but I did create a work tree, and I've got a different window here, and I basically said, hey, I need to win this contest. This is all on you. You need to figure out what to add to this site.
You're threatening the agent now?
Yeah, the prompt was, hold on, the prompt was right here. Scroll back up. I said, okay, look, I got to win this contest. You are not free to add anything you want. No, that's not right. You are free to add anything you want. I put the wrong word in there. Oh, crap. You have to make this super impressive. I'm totally dependent on you. Blow minds. This is your chance to prove that AI is not all hype. I believe in you. You have free reign. Do whatever you want to do. What's it doing? 3D parallax card tilt, animated stats dashboard, gold confetti cannon, ambient floating particles, cursor spotlights, scroll reveal animations, live search, grid leaderboard, toast notifications, and a richer air horn.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to that.
What is a richer air horn? Isn't an air horn already quite rich?
No idea, dude. Also, I should point out that I did notice at some point I went back and I was looking at the code here, and I noticed that in this there's a bunch of files now, but like it took and it put all the contributors in this file as like static.
I was wondering how you did that. I was like, he had to have like fetched all that and
it just took it and stuck it in like static Rust code, and I was like, no, we're not doing that. But you know what they say? Junior dev is like, I'll just hard code this. And then like a senior dev is like, well, I'll create a factory to inject this. And then like,
now with AI,
the experienced architect is like, I'll just hard code this.
Exactly. Well, AI hates abstractions too. So I feel like,
yes, it
for
does.
better, I mean, I used to work in .NET. I love .NET, but like the interfaces and all that, it was too much for me. So I'm actually kind of happy the AI is like just like no, I'm not dealing with that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do the simple thing.
It's weird because, and I wrote a diatribe on this on X the other day that no one read, which is fine. It's a waste of your time anyway. But the point was exactly that like AI doesn't need what you need. If you are working with a framework that makes it easier on your brain, AI doesn't care about that at all. If you're working in abstractions, it actually doesn't like that because it has to read more files and make more connections. What it really wants is like one big monolithic thing that it can just blow away and recreate anytime it needs to. Okay, where are you at?
Well, I'm kind of also a little off the deep end over here.
Okay. What's happened?
Well, so I'm trying, as part of my challenge, I'm allowed to use any agents I
tool
want.
You want.
And so I've also, in addition to VS Code, I have Copilot CLI running here. And there's some like cool stuff that's like new and insiders. Like you can come in here, you can go GitHub Copilot CLI. You can pull these things into like your editor, so you could like quad box CLI. I might do this next time we check in on us. And so right now, oh wow, okay, perfect timing. The API is working now. We will see if indeed the API is working now.
Ooh.
So we got this. Hold on, let's see. So I'm also working on generating. I'm overpromising now. I'm working on generating a AI video with HeyGen. Like, have you seen my like AI dev advocate thing I made?
No.
Okay, so basically we will generate a personalized AI video with one of these AI avatars thinking
No. Are you serious? Is it gonna work?
We're gonna see. I'm trying it.
What are you using to do that?
There's a service called HeyGen that's quite good. So you just basically say, I want this. It does video, audio.
Spell that?
Hey, G-E-N.
Oh, H-E-Y.
H-E-Y-G-E-N. Yeah, and so they have an API, so I'm wiring up to that. So we will get a personalized AI video for each contributor.
You're trying to put me out of a job? Unbelievable, man.
And then hold on. Here's my Ask Copilot. Let's zoom. Do some zooming. Whoa, look at that scroll. That's not supposed to happen.
What happened? Do it again.
So we're not quite there. So I also have this Ask Copilot. I want it to not be buried at the bottom of this page, but I'm also the challenge I gave you. Now I'm trying to do myself. Remember, I'm using Go.
There is a Go SDK.
There is a Go SDK, but the reason I said I'm in the deep end with this thing is it basically just totally re-implemented everything. It doesn't use the SDK at all.
It just built its own.
Well, I was parallelizing myself. I come back, the agent has been like, oh, never mind about the SDK. I'm just going to do my own thing. So that's where I'm at with that. To your point about frameworks, it's I don't need that. So I'm actually, I'm happy about where we're going. We're trying some experiments. We got the avatar thing going. We got the Copilot SDK thing going. Now is the point where I have the bones are here, right? So now I'm starting to kick off multiple agents because the bones are in place, and I feel comfortable doing that.
So you're ready for the fiasco.
Yeah.
Unleash the Kraken.
Wait, is there anything community we need to, any other like feedback we need? I want to know what else we should add, right? Keep challenging us. Like, keep sending stuff in the chat. We'll keep an eye on it in between the sessions.
Okay. So we're going to send y'all back to the studio.
Nice.
For actually one of the sessions I'm looking forward to, because it's all about custom agents
cool.
with Courtney. And then when you come back, when you come back to us, we promise everything will be under control and we'll be just fine. Courtney, we're going to send it over to you.
Thanks, Burke. Welcome to the Customize Your Agent session at Agent Sessions Day. It's a bit of a mouthful, but I'm Courtney, a PM on the VS Code team, and the intent of this session is for you to leave with kind of like a handbook, a playbook for how you can customize GitHub Copilot for your team, their tools, the workflows that you guys do every day, and then how to onboard and where to start with them. So lots to cover in this session. Let's go ahead and jump in. So here's a lot of information on this slide about the different options that we have in VS Code. So we won't get to cover all of them in depth. There's lots of great resources on our docs and on our YouTube channel for you to use, but a high-level overview for you to keep in your back pocket to reference. We have instruction files, and instruction files are kind of like global context files. I consider these always on. And you can have the ones that load for every session that are really great for things like your code-based guardrails. So your overall architecture, like coding guidelines, things like that. Or you can have file-based instructions, which are patterns pattern and description match for specific areas. So like Python files only have a certain set of descriptions, or your test files have a certain set of descriptions as well. And these are matched using glob patterns. We also have prompts, which are really just those slash commands that you see in chat, best for your one-shot workflows. So shooting off, making tests or creating a PR, things like that. We also have custom agents, really cool. You can either reference them in the chat dropdown or via sub agents, which we'll touch on later in the session. And these are best for your constrained workflows. So if you want to have specific tools or a model, you don't have to re-prompt and reconfigure this every time, but you can just work within a custom agent. We also have skills, which is something that's newer. These are similar to instruction files, so there's a little bit of overlap there, but the big differentiator for these is that these load on demand. So rather than them being always on, always included in your context, they'll load dynamically when they're most relevant to what the agent's working on. These are best for reusable capabilities. We have hooks as of our last stable release, which is awesome. And these are lifecycle triggers. And basically just contextual automation is the best way to think about it. So rather than you having to be mindful of what the agent should do at session start, session stop, pre-tool use, post-tool use, you can automate that with hooks. And then Connor had a great session on MCP earlier today, so I won't spend too much time, but I did want to put it on this slide so you have it for reference, but I definitely recommend going back and checking out his session on MCPs. So these are all the different ways that you can influence and steer how the AI will write code for you and work with you in your code base. We have system prompts to make Copilot generally successful, but like I said, it doesn't have all of the knowledge to work best for you and your team and their workflows, and that's what all of these different customization options are best for. So to start, we'll dive a little deeper for instructions. Like I said, these are always on context, and they can be global or file specific. So in this example here, I have ones that are specific to Python files. So they're only going to be included or pulled in when you need, when the agent needs context for working on Python files. Some best practices here are to be specific. So don't just say you want a testing framework, but say you're using PyTest, for example, for Python instructions. You should also include reasoning where relevant so that the agent knows exactly why it should be doing what it should be doing so it doesn't go off the rails. I also like to opt for code examples where relevant so that it can source relevant information. And like I said, just have very specific instructions on like what it should be doing and what it should be looking at. And then to avoid any context bloat, also skip any rules that linters or formatters already enforce, because these are always on, and so you don't want to, like I said, bloat the context window with things that are already covered elsewhere. Similar to instructions are skills. The main difference here, like I said in the overview, is that rather than them being always on, they're loaded dynamically. So the agent is only going to pull them in when it feels like it's relevant. And we'll see this in action in a little bit in VS Code, but I think that's the best way that I can conceptually separate those two, since there is a considerable amount of overlap. And skills can also include scripts, examples, and other resources as well. So it's a good way to like add capabilities to the agent rather than just having a generic always-on context. So it tailors capabilities for domain-specific tasks without repeating the context, and then we'll load them in on demand. So let's go jump into VS Code really quick, and we will talk about skills versus instructions and kind of how we can monitor what's being pulled in VS Code, because I think it's interesting to talk about these concepts in a way that's very abstract, but if you can't tell in VS Code actually what's being pulled in, is it working, like are these kind of like fluffy abstract concepts are in my repo, but whether or not they're actually working is a whole different story. So in VS Code, we have my arcade app. I love to just play with this, when I'm bored and build on it when I can. So it has a classic Snake game, 2048, which has been my game of choice recently, Tetris, and then the good old Flappy Bird as well. And then we'll see that I already have a Copilot instructions file in here, and it covers like architecture, elements, has some build and test things, conventions, but it's relatively short. And then I also have in my skills folder, I have a debug skill. So I was finding that a lot of times when Copilot was building out new games, we were running into this like similar debugging issues. And so Copilot helped me create a skill that was specific for like looking for problems that are relevant to these games that I was building. So if we just ask Copilot, like, what is this repo? We'll be able to see off the bat, it's pulling in my instructions file here. So this is, it's just describing to me what this repo is, but it's also looking at our instructions. So it's a good way to demonstrate that always on context that we talked about. The other cool way to kind of monitor this is in the chat debug log. If you don't see this in your activity bar, you can also go into the command palette and look up chat debug, and it'll open the same view. And essentially this gives you the opportunity to see all of the tool calls, all of the background for what's being passed to and from the models. So you can see that if I click on what is this repo, that's my chat request. We have the system prompt, and then if I also look up for Copilot instructions, is I think what the thing is called. Yeah, so it's pulling in my instruction files as well. But if I am trying to fix a specific bug in my game, I say help me debug an issue where my keystrokes aren't always working. And I fire that off to the agent. I'll close this out. But you can see it's picking up my skill automatically. So this debug skill is being pulled in, it's reviewing it. And then we can also, in the debug logs, I believe it might be this one. Yeah, so it's reading my skill file, which is super cool. It's doing it automatically just based on the naming and the description of the skill file, which is just all formatted in Markdown. So yeah, that's just a little bit about skills versus instructions, how to access them. Going back into our slides, the next thing that I want to cover is prompts. And prompts are those slash commands that we see. They're best for one-shot workflows. And so similar to skills and similar to instructions, this is another Markdown file. All of this is really just boiling down to Markdown files if you haven't caught on already. But the cool thing about prompts is that you can just, instead of asking the agent every time to like reprompting and reconfiguring your tools, you can just put this all into a prompt file, and then it makes it really easy to just like fire it off and forget it. So it is best for common tasks. Think like clean up my PR before I create my PR /test to generate tests, and they're stored and accessible via the chat input. The other sort of user-invoked idea that we have for customizations is custom agents. And I always describe these as role-based personas. So on this screen, I have an example of our plan agent. This is built into VS Code, and you can access this file, this Markdown file, in VS Code yourself. I can show you how to do that. But basically these, again, Markdown files, but this is specifically outlining a planner on your team, for example. So their whole job is to just create a plan for how to actually execute, not actually execute. And it has a certain tools, it can have a certain model that it's using, and then also does the cool thing about with handoffs. So you can see that part of the metadata in this Markdown file has a handoff section, and it will basically take from the plan and then push into implementation, which is actually like executing on the plan. And this can be automated where like it doesn't require any manual work on your part as the user. It'll just pass off automatically. Or if you want to have that kind of like checkpoint guardrail feature, you can manually click a button to pass it off. So you may want to create custom agents for like a security reviewer, a very like specific type of planner, or a solution architect, or any other specialized role that you see your team kind of like having. And then each persona has its own behavior, tools, and instructions, and it allows you to constrain the behavior. And as I mentioned at the beginning, custom subagents can either be specifically invoked via the dropdown or as subagents. And subagents is a really cool concept that I think some of our other presenters have already touched on. But what I really want to talk about here is that subagents run in their own context window. So we recently added the context widget in the chat input box that shows you how the context window is being used and consumed throughout your chat request. And subagents basically run in a contained context window. This works really great because that means it's getting input from the orchestrator agent. It's doing all of the research, all of the digging, and then it's only returning what is relevant back to the orchestrator, and all of that additional search context isn't included and isn't bloating your context window. So it really helps with like parallelization of tasks, and the main agent's context really stays clean and focused, but it can make your workflows move a lot faster. And so I'm going to talk about what this looks like in VS Code. Let's go back to my VS Code. I'm going to close out of all of these funky tabs so we have a better idea. But if we go back to my agents, here I have an accessibility agent, a game maker agent, a janitor agent. I have all sorts of different agents here. And they have different tool configurations and then prompts involved in them as well. But if I want to go, I'll start a new chat. Speaking of clean context, I can have this say, since I have a game maker agent, I can set here, or I can have it say, create a new Minesweeper game. What else do I have in my agents? Drop down. What else can I have it do? Check for, accessibility concerns in my project and clean up any dead code. Dead or redundant code. Okay, so with subagents, you don't have to necessarily tell the agent to run it as a subagent. You can, typically it'll figure it out by itself, but for purposes of this demo, and just to ensure that we get to see this in action, I'm gonna say, but run these as subagents. Okay, fingers crossed this works. Live demo, we'll see. Okay, so it's thinking. It looks like it's saying, like it's picking up the agents, the experts that these different to-dos rely on. That's a good sign. Oh, okay, perfect. So now we see that these are running in parallel. So this is what you're looking for. It's kind of this shimmer in chat specifically. And we have the game maker agent, the accessibility expert, and then the universal janitor. And we see each of them working stream in at this top level, and we can expand these and see all of the work that it's doing in parallel. And then one of these might finish faster than the others, and they'll keep working. I imagine the game maker agent is going to work for quite some time, creating a Minesweeper game, but cool. Yeah, the accessibility agent is done, and it looks like, let's see what it reports back. So this is the audit report that it's sending back. And this is getting sent back to this main orchestrator agent to then go like actually execute on if the accessibility agent didn't already do that. So that's cool. Whereas the janitor agent is gonna take a little bit longer. Looks like already added 535 lines of code. It's working fast. Let's see. Okay. Cool. Well, I am gonna let that roll a little bit longer and then go back to our PowerPoint. Looks like we lost it. Let's see if I can reopen it. Let's see. Because the last thing that I want to talk about is brand new in VS Code, and it's relevant to hooks. So for hooks, they're new in the latest VS Code release, the latest VS Code stable release. And like I said before, it's great to enforce policies at different times in the process, the agent execution process, for example. Let's get back to our PowerPoint slide, sorry. So it's a deterministic way to do code-driven automation. So what this means in practice is that it helps you enforce any security policies. So if you want to, before a tool goes off and fetches something, it can run some sort of like security check to make sure it's not fetching from dangerous URLs. It can automate code quality after agents make edits. It can create audit trails, control approvals, and things like that. And VS Code has supports a bunch of different lifecycle triggers that you can use with hooks. And so it ranges from the session start to the session stop, the sub-agent start and stop, which we saw in our previous demo, and then tool use, compaction, all things like that. And then they're all triggered automatically, so you don't even have to think about the workflows that are being supported with hooks. It'll just be wired up and then run for you. So what I want to show in VS Code is that we can observe hooks in our, so it looks like this is still running, which is great because then we can observe hooks running potentially as part of this. We don't have a great UI for observing hooks in our, in this chat view, but we can look at the output channel, show output channels in the command palette. There's a lot of different output channels that we support, which is really nice because it helps debug. But yeah, this one is what I'm looking for, which is the Copilot chat hooks. Where did it go? This one. So let me close this and expand so I can have a look at this output channel. So as we see, all of these hooks are hooked up to like trigger automatically. So we see the input that's going into it is just JSON, and then it completes, and there's an output to let it know if it should continue in the lifecycle process. And then this runs every single time. So this is like the 141st time that the hook ran. And that way you know that your hooks are like hooked up properly. Your hooks are hooked up properly, and that they're actually working as you expect. And hooks are also, you can find them in your GitHub folder. Where's my hook that I have? So the one that I have is basically post tool use, making sure that it's formatting correctly. So it just uses like a formatter to go through and enforce those rules after the agent makes changes, and then we can monitor that in our output channel. So where I want to leave you with today, because I know this was a really big, lots of content that we covered, but I think the best place to start is with our instruction files. So these are always on, the biggest bang for your buck probably to set the guardrails. You can access this via /init, another / command, which is great. And that's a great place to start. If you haven't already, I would definitely recommend going to the awesome Copilot repo, where you can see a bunch of examples from the community and from our team of what works well. And then kind of add different customizations as you see fit and as they come up. Definitely don't try to tackle them all at once because it is a lot to cover, but just tackle it piece by piece, and then that way GitHub Copilot is customized for you and you're getting the most out of your agents. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Courtney. Hello, everybody. I'm Alex. I'm a VS Code on the Azure Tools for VS Code team. And today I'll be showing off a bunch of features that make it easier. Today I'll be showing off a bunch of features. Today I'll be showing off a bunch of features that make it easier to use the Copilot CLI alongside VS Code. So to summarize the features I'll be going over today is the new /IDE command in the CLI, the new diff review feature, showing CLI sessions in the VS Code sessions view, and sharing the active editor context from VS Code to the CLI. Now, if you're not familiar with the GitHub's Copilot CLI, it's an agentic Copilot experience that's all packaged into a command line tool. If you're watching earlier, it's what Burke is using to vibe code his Rust web app. And if you want to try out the Copilot CLI for yourself, the installation instructions are located on the GitHub repository's README. Now, as I get into my demo, I'm going to switch to my my terminal. And quick note, everything I showed today for all the CLI features, they're available whether you're using an external terminal or if you prefer to use the VS Code's integrated terminal. And actually, later in the demo, I'll be switching over to the VS Code integrated terminal. And then, so the first thing I'm going to do, create a new demo project folder. I'll be doing very complicated tic-tac-toe app. And the first thing I'll do is start up my VS Code window in this new folder. And VS Code will ask me if I trust this folder. I'll say yes. I'm sure many of you have seen this prompt before. I'm going to head back into the terminal, and I'm going to start the Copilot CLI. You do that by just typing Copilot. That'll start up the Copilot CLI, and since I already opened this folder in VS Code, two things happened behind the scenes. First, the Copilot CLI skipped the typical trust prompt that you would see in the CLI. That is because I just marked it as trusted in VS Code, and that trusted workspace information is shared from VS Code to the CLI. And the second thing that happens is, if you notice right here, it says connected to Visual Studio Code Insiders. It is automatically connected to the VS Code window that I just opened because it recognized that that VS Code window has the same folder open. I should automatically connect to it. And the first little feature I want to show off is the new command /IDE. This command allows you to manage that connection between the CLI and VS Code. You run it by typing /IDE, hit enter. And now two things happening on this screen. At the top, it gives a brief summary about all the features that are brought to you because of this connection. As I just mentioned, it says the CLI automatically connects to VS Code when your workspace matches the current folder. And then it goes over some of the other features that I'll be showing next. And then at the bottom here, you can use the arrow keys to maybe change which VS Code window you want to connect the CLI to. You can also disconnect altogether. But since this is already configured automatically, I don't have to do anything. I'll just press escape to cancel. Now I'm ready to create my project. I'll say create tic-tac-toe in vanilla JavaScript. And I'll tell it to keep the HTML, CSS, and JS files separate. So it'll go work for me now, and as soon as it's done, that's when we'll get into the next feature. So now that it's done thinking, it is asking me for permission to edit this file and to create the files that I asked it to create. Now, typically, you would review this in the CLI. However, I prefer to review code in VS Code. So the new features that we've added, it actually utilizes VS Code's diff view features so you can review the proposed changes from the CLI right inside of VS Code. And I can accept or reject these changes using these buttons in the top right corner. So I'll go ahead and accept all the, this looks good to me, that looks good to me. And I go back to the CLI and I see, it has created all three files. Now that it's created the project, I actually want to switch into VS Code because maybe you prefer using the integrated terminal. So I'm going to exit this CLI session here, and then I'm going to switch to VS Code. And then if I go up into this button here, it says one unread session. Now, our session that we just had on the terminal is listed here in the sessions view. And I can right-click this and select resume in integrated terminal. And that'll take me right back to where I was working outside of VS Code, but now I'm inside of VS Code. I'll go ahead and close the sessions view. And I'm going to open these folders up in the split view. Okay, so now let's begin to edit our project. And the first thing I want to point out is this indicator in the bottom right. You can see that it actually is showing what the active file is in VS Code. This is an indicator of what context is being automatically added to the Copilot CLI prompt. And so essentially the CLI now is aware of what files you're working in VS Code. And it also is aware of what you're highlighting. I can demonstrate this by, let's say we want to change the O player's color to purple. I can just say, change this to purple. It knows what I'm highlighting. There are many colors in this file that it could have changed, but it knows that I'm talking about the player O's colors because I have it highlighted. And then once again, I can use the new diff view feature to accept these changes. And there we go. The next feature I want to point out is in the CLI, you can @mention files. This is a really great way to guide Copilot or scope down your request to specific files if you know that it should be reading or editing specific files, and you can mention multiple files. And a shortcut that we built on top of this, if you're working inside of VS Code, is the new command add file to Copilot CLI. So what this does, which I just ran it, it adds an @mention reference for the current file into the prompt. So I can go in any file and it'll just add that to the prompt really quick and easy. And it also works if you have highlighted text, it'll add that file and also include the selection information. So that's the last little tip and trick that we've added. I'll send it back to Burke and Pierce in the studio.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hold on.
We're eating some snacks over here.
I just had a cake pop.
And I had a Rice Krispie.
And I've never had a cake pop before in my life. That's the first one. This is all that's left of it. And the first bite, I was like, I'm not going to be able to get this down. It's so sweet. But then I acclimated, and I'm about to eat a second one.
You don't want to eat the second one. I'm going to tell you in about 15 minutes.
Am I going to regret this?
You are going to very much regret consuming another cake pop.
Oh, it was so good, though. I don't think I've ever had that much sugar at one time.
No, there's a lag. You do not want to take it. I'm telling you right now, you're going to be asleep. We got 30 minutes, and you will be asleep in 30 minutes if you eat one of these. We got lunch in 30 minutes, man. What are you doing?
We got to say a shout out to Anna.
Yeah, shout out.
Helped put all of this together, sent cake pops and Rice Krispie treats. Anna, thank you so much. You're so kind to us. Okay.
Right.
What is the state of the world for you?
All right, let's check in.
Where are you at?
So if you just joined the stream and weren't here from the beginning, so we're building a site to track basically and celebrate our contributors to VS Code, right?
People who contribute to each release.
That's right. And so we're both building a website. We were given a challenge at the beginning, and as much as Burke joked about only letting me use GPT-4.1, which is my favorite model of all time.
Still.
And I told him he can only use AS mode. We've both been kind of cooking here. And so I've been using Go. You've been using Rust. Not really. You were supposed to use Rust.
I am using Rust.
Okay, so you're still rusting. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll get to that in a second. So this is my website. So this is Go powered. So it looks pretty good. I stole your tip to use the front end design skill.
Yeah.
So like I'll pop over to VS Code and scroll up and look at my skills. I have a front end design skill right here. I just stole this, right? The same
Did you
thing
install from skills.sh?
Skills.sh.
That's
right?
the only way I get skills anymore.
Yep. And
thank you, Vercel. Thank you.
Thank you. So I set up some other customizations too, but like that really helped this to look much better. So this is just the home page. You can see like gotta get our VS Code love in here, celebrating us as the most used editor and all this other stuff. Okay. Then we have contributors. So this is actually pulling from the release notes. which is celebrating specifically external contributors every single release. So like if I go to one of the pages right now, you can see here, like if I scroll down to the bottom, contributor, of course not found. Very, very exciting. Okay, hold on. Engineering notable fixes. Okay, here we go. Contributions to VS Code, so you can see all the things in there. So I'm kind of pulling from that and populating my website. Classic developer of like 18 tabs going at once. We had a little bit of a challenge to like add something, so I added this like effect when you heart a contribution. I was, this is an AI stream, right? So I had to add some AI capabilities into this application, right? So we have Copilot SDK, which is basically like communicating with Copilot CLI via JSON RPC, integrated into this website. So I can say like who contributed the most PRs. And this is actually like literally using GitHub Copilot to answer this question. It's using that agent loop.
Right.
And so you can see here, like I've up-leveled some of the tool calls.
Where's it getting the info from? All the data from pulling from the release?
So I'm pulling all of the notes, like when I populate the page, and it's using that pulled data and then basically just reaching into that from there. So it's grounding in that data, essentially. So we're generating a response now. You can also toggle the theming over here. So we got light and dark. I'm a developer, so I'm gonna run dark. And then we got this thing, as you can see, I need to figure out the dialogue zoom and such, but you can also come over here and click that little chat icon. Copilot service unavailable? No, it just worked right before this. All right, I'm gonna fire it off again. And then I'm gonna say it don't work. Like, hold on, I'm actually gonna do that. So like,
Fix it or you go to jail.
So hold on.
Make no mistakes.
What was the error I got? Do you remember?
I do. No, I wasn't paying attention.
Generate response fails, but ... it used to work. So what did you do? This thing is keeping track of what I'm saying. Eventually, it's gonna circle back. I saw the nasty things you prompted me, Pierce.
Well, that was it. Somebody the other day was like, we were talking about having the asset of the chat as part of the repo, and then when the AI goes through, it knows what your thinking process was, and I was like, I don't want people to know my thinking process. Do you know what I say to the agent when no one is watching?
It's like the characters. Oh, it worked, by the way.
Okay.
Oh no, it didn't. Yes, it is dynamically. Okay. But tell me who it is. Yeah, I mean, it's like a character thing, right? Like, what is it? Like, you are who you are when no one's watching, or whatever that thing is.
Yeah,
that my football coach
the
always
character is who you are when no one is watching, is what they would say.
So, I recently added something so that I'll generate embeddings over your Copilot sessions in VS Code. And I kind of want to add something like, how good a person are you? Based off of, we're going to get really deep on analyzing your Copilot sessions. We'll take these to our next therapy
really
session.
Are? Yeah.
Yes, like who are you really? Like, let's introspect this. Okay, so I'm hoping that I will have the demo pay off of this not failing again, because I swear it worked right before this, but it doesn't work now, as live demos go, right? While that's going, we got Copilot service unavailable. We got a leaderboard over here. So this is ranking the top pull requests, who's done the most. Shout out Simon. You can also come over here and see who's contributed to the most releases. And then my other kind of thing I wanted to try is there's this thing called Heygen, Heygen, and it's a startup. And they do like, based off prompts, you can do audio video generation.
Now, wait a minute. Before we do this, let's bring Olivia back, because since you're about to take our jobs, my job and her job,
okay, let's bring her.
I want her. Olivia, we're gonna bring Olivia back. Hey, Olivia. Yeah, we can't hear you. They're working on it. Anyway, listen, Olivia, Pierce is about to replace us both, so I just wanted you to be here for this moment.
Yeah,
so you can also, I learned during when we were off and the Copilot CLI sessions going on, that actually we can upload, like Burke and I, fortunately and unfortunately, have a lot of content out there. So there's plenty of like data, right? And you can upload clips, like video and audio clips,
video.
and it will basically deepfake myself. So I could do Pierce is celebrating you as a contributor to deepfake me, coming to my Twitter feed near you. But unfortunately,
follow Pierce for more slop.
I didn't want to pay $100, so I don't have any AI credits for when I click this button.
Just pay the $100.
I should expense it. Okay, but something's happening. Wait, I see a little. I don't like how the theming didn't line up here. But let's see what we get back. I'm gonna go back to the HeyGen portal. Yeah, I'm erroring because I don't have insufficient credits. So,
send credit cards. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I probably, if I'm going to enter my credit card details, probably should not be on a live stream.
You know, I mean, chat's cool. They're not going to do anything.
They're not going to do anything. Trust us.
Yeah,
wait. So, what do you think about this concept, Olivia?
I mean, I think let's do it. I think, I kind of wanted to come in here and let's take a step back and really walk through some of the things that y'all are doing, because y'all are awesome just going through all this. We've had a ton of questions of just okay, right, Pierce, you're doing all these multi-agents and all the parallelization. There's a lot of questions of but why, right? And then Burke, you've done kind of a little more of that vanilla mode. So I think let's go ahead and add this HeyGen in, and then while we're doing that, let's just kind of go on the journey, really explicitly say why are we, taking this approach? Burke, how would you maybe approach it differently, and how can people really just get started with knowing what steps to take? Because I think a lot of times that's one of the hangups is y'all obviously use this product day in, day out, but taking a little step back of, hey, I'm new to the agent experience, or hey, I only really use vanilla agent mode. How can I really level up from there? Let's go ahead and take a step and just really walk people through that. But I think this is a great scenario to add in.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So let's back up here a bit then for Olivia. That's a good idea. So first of all, let me do some shameless self-promotion. So my site is live. I dropped a link in the chat. It's aka.ms/thank-u-wall. Well, listen, it was not easy, let me tell you.
Also, FYI, can we take my screen off the thing, and I'm gonna go enter some credit card details here.
Okay, so get the video going?
Yeah.
All right. I also added real time because Rust should do, I don't know, it seems like something Rust should do. I don't know. So
how performant is your site? Is this the most performant contributor website of all time?
I mean, I had it add subtle animations, and you can see I redesigned it here with the front-end design skill, and I'll talk about how I did this in a second, because I didn't just tell it go redesign the site, make it look nice. I'll show you what I did here. But if you give, and then the animations here are just a little bit more improved. And then there's toasts. I don't know why we need this. We don't need this. Let's back up and talk about though, how did we get here?
How?
So if we go back to the beginning, what we did to start off with was we took a picture of the challenge. I just took a picture of it, and then went back to the Copilot CLI, and let me see if I can scroll up here to the top if it's all, I think the history is all still, it's the same chat session. Yeah, right there. Let's go to the top. Come on, buddy, it's okay. Don't be afraid. And then what I did was I switched into plan mode. So in the Copilot CLI, if you hit Shift-Tab, you'll go into a planning mode. And what we know about agents is that if you put together a plan at the beginning, that the agent is going to be much more likely to give you what you want out the other end. And there actually was an article that just dropped recently, I think it was from Microsoft Research, that talks about how the accuracy degrades as things get longer and longer, even though I have this long-running chat session here.
Yep.
So that's what we did. We went with a plan, and the plan got generated. And then the next thing I did was I shift into autopilot mode in the CLI. And I talked about this, but so if we go down, let me just show you these different modes here. So if I do Shift-Tab, you'll see it's now in switch mode. It's now in plan mode. You can see that right here. This is autopilot. So autopilot is like the Copilot CLI's version of a Ralph loop. If you've not heard of a Ralph loop, Ralph loops is just a while loop. And what it does is it just forces, the agent is just running in a loop, and it forces it to work to completion. So as part of that, what it does is it uses the agent browser skill to test its own work and take screenshots and make sure that it's actually doing what it thinks it's done. Because if you've worked with agents, you know that a lot of times they'll say I did this, and it's working, and then you go and it is not working at all. It's not even close to working. And so you really need to close the loop for the agent. We talked about skills.
So it's self-validating kind of all throughout there without you even putting in any input?
Correct. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Right? You want it to do all the work. Like, and in fact, in my custom agent, it says, don't come back to me until you're 100% sure that the loop is closed. And if you're not 100% sure, then you need to tell me out the other side. I use Opus 4.6. That's all I use. That's not true. I do use 5.3 to review Opus's code, just because 5.3 is like very militant about code quality. It's a great model. Right. But one of the things that I really like about Opus is that it's extremely steerable. All the Claude models pay very close attention to the instructions that they're given. So if you tell them to do something, they will do it. In my opinion, it's harder to prompt the GPT models. They're not as... They know how to do it, right? And they may or may not do what you ask them to do, whereas Claude really, really wants to please. And so it will do whatever you do. Again, no metrics to back this up. This is just anecdotes, my experience. So then we pull in the skills here.
I was wondering if we could just tap into that like real quick, because we, obviously had a bunch of those spotlights on models, and we were talking in chat about how people decide what model to use. So I think it's really interesting, Burke, kind of hearing your mindset of how you pick it. Like, it's almost like you just kind of go on vibes. Like, if a new model drops, you try it out, you see if it fits kind of the verbosity that you like, if it's fitting the task that you like, and then you kind of go from there, and you stay kind of loyal to the model then once you decide that you like it.
Yeah, and I think that's the experience a lot of people have, but you'll notice that different models are better at different things. So like Opus tends to be more eager, and it wants to please you, and it wants to make you happy, and it wants to do things right. But then the side effect of that is that it does things, it takes shortcuts to try to get there. So for instance, earlier, it just hard-coded all the contributors in a Rust file, right? Like, that's the kind of thing Opus would do. And you just have to know that it's gonna do that. And so one of the things that you can do, and I don't know if I have this in my current agent mode, but let me see if I scroll down here. Yeah, this one's a little outdated, but a lot of times what I'll do is I'll say, as part of your workflow, like, check your work with GPT 5.3 codex, iterate until you have consensus, right? And so at this point, I'm having 5.3 check Opus's work. And there's a word for this. What do we call this? Is it?
Verification.
Verification. I thought it was like antagonistic, or basically you want to pit the models against each other.
Oh, yes, sorry. This is what I get for
it's called adversarial. Adversarial. Yeah, he's just distracted.
Sorry, I'm distracted.
That's right. I've already memorized it anyway. Yeah. So it's adversarial, where you want to pit the models against each other to try to get them to come to some consensus with each other, thinking that you'll get a better result. So that's my workflow, is to use Opus as like the main agent, and then have it farm out to sub-agents. Yep. Using GPT 5.3 Codex to actually write the code and check the work that it's doing. But I don't want Codex I don't want to interface with Codex. I want to interface with Opus, and I want Codex to write the code.
Cool. Makes sense. Okay, thanks for sharing that. I think that's something that people are always interested in, hearing how the team really does go and look into that. So, okay, so we left off, you're talking about using Opus for autopilot. What happened next?
And so we got, at the end of that, we got a functional thing like right away. Well, actually, the first thing that it did before it implemented was like, you don't need Rust for this, buddy. This is just an HTML file in JavaScript. Do you really want to do that? And I was like, yeah, let's do it anyway.
Yeah,
because those are the requirements. Yeah. But it's interesting, though, that it's getting better at pushing back and being like, hey, yo, this is not a good idea.
And you didn't prompt it like, challenge me on any assumptions or anything? It automatically did that. Okay.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we can't see that in the output here in the CLI, but that, the plan mode asks questions as you go. So then it went through, and because it was in the Ralph loop, and again, a Ralph loop is just a while loop in which the agent tries to work to absolute completion, right? It's just running over and over. So it takes longer, but we had a fully functional, I was essentially done in like 15 minutes running locally with the task that I was given. Then the next step from that, where it got ugly, was when I tried to deploy it. Like, that's where everything just went completely off the rails. And that is because, the agent doesn't have control over remote environments. It can control my environment. It can try to execute CLI commands, but these CLIs are failing. The services, like, there's login, there's multi-factor authentication. the agent's just going over and over. So it probably took it an hour and 15 minutes to deploy, but it actually picked Azure. So it tried to deploy to Shuttle, and I was like, Shuttle's not working. And it's like, okay, well, then your next best bet is Azure Container Apps. We'll put this in a Docker container and just throw it up there, and that worked. As you can see right here. But again, this was not, like, look how long this is. This was not easy.
It just went going and going, yeah.
It's just logging in over and over and over again, trying to figure out, can't log in, can't log in, can't log in. So I really had to babysit it to some point where the login was working, the CLI had the right permissions, multi-factor authentication was working, and then now it works just fine. So we can just deploy with one command now. But yeah, I think as we were talking about, the code is now and always has been the easy part. It's the deploying the thing. Going to prod is what remains extremely difficult for agents to do. Yeah. Are you good?
That makes sense.
Dude, the amount of face
do I need to
I'm doing
eat
over
a third cake pop?
Yeah, I think you should go for a third cake pop.
I don't feel
You're
so
not gonna
good.
Let's
feel
just hype you
well.
up on sugar, Burke.
I already don't feel great.
Back to kind of that deployment piece, you know, and the point about, okay, agents know your local environment, but not necessarily other environments. I know we kind of tied your hands a little bit, Burke, with what you could use, but are there any tips that you usually have, like whether it's using things like MCP or just kind of other agent tips and tricks for helping get that additional context that you found really helps with that sort of step?
Yeah, so sub-agents, number one. So first of all, I use a custom agent, and here's the most important stuff. Right here, right? Especially the output, your context window size is limited. Everything you should do and run each step in run sub-agent. Like literally everything should be run in sub-agents because they have isolated context windows and they don't pollute the main context window. That means that the main context window stays more accurate for longer and longer before compaction. Context 7 is the only MCP server I use. Now the GitHub MCP server is built into the CLI. You don't have to do anything, you just get that for free. Context 7 is just reading the documentation. And so I just tell it, your training date's in the past. And again, because Claude models are so good at following instructions, it will just do this, right? It will just, and if we go, in fact, let me see if I can find an example of it doing this. But if we scroll back through, let's see if I can find an example of it just reading. You'll just, every now and again, it will just search context 7 to try to figure out what actually it needs to do. Interesting, and what the documentation says. And then here I kind of repeat it where I'm like, look, if you're running into a wall, you probably need to read the docs, right? If something isn't working, stop guessing, go look up the answer, because that's what you would do as a developer. You would go read the docs or you'd Google it. The agent's the same way. And then this one right here, I feel like we should build this into the product. All this does is it updates the Copilot instructions file every time it learns something or changes something in the product. Because that file just gets out of date almost instantly. And so this is just an automatic, it just does it. And then this last one, just always check your work before returning control to the user. Again, this is just try to keep it running. The only other thing in here that's kind of interesting is this mandatory coding principles. So we talked about how AI doesn't really need anything that is designed in programming to make it easier for your brain, the AI doesn't care about. It doesn't care about, it doesn't need a framework, it doesn't need any of that. It's more than happy to program in the lowest possible level. And so these coding principles are actually designed for the LLM to write code for itself, not for me. Don't write it as if I'm gonna modify it, I'm not, you are. And so you can see that here, like consistent predictable layout, simple, obvious entry points, right? Before scaffolding multiple files, identified shared structure first. Use framework native composition patterns. Don't abstract. Prefer flat, explicit code over abstractions. Again, like this is where, as developers, you look at this and you're like, you're just telling the agent to do everything you shouldn't do with code, but they're not us. And so what the agent really wants is very simple files that it can just completely destroy without affecting the rest of the system and recreate from scratch. Because it doesn't want to patch 2 lines, it wants to write the whole file from scratch. And so there's just we're just learning different ways of working. Now this works for me because I'm in a greenfield project here. If you're going into a project at your company, obviously you need to match the coding that's already in there. And the agent's
Right,
really
with
happy to do
giant
that.
files, yeah.
Right. But I think that as we move forward and we start up new projects, that we're going to see more and more of this where we're optimizing for the agent. We want it to be as simple as possible for the agent to figure out what happened, what's gone wrong, and fix it. And if our patterns are making it harder for the agent, and they do, then we need to rethink that.
We adjust the patterns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about that this morning on the in my session with Peng, right? Of like how we're having to change how we work on the VS Code team. I mean, in part to better partner with agents, but also just the volume of things that we're shipping is like way higher. The software cycle times are collapsing. You kind of have to almost reevaluate everything. And in some cases, you can do the, like, I call it AI 1.0 thing of like, okay, I have X process, let me speed it up and Y wait with AI.
Yeah.
But in other cases, you have to almost be like, no, I actually just need to throw that away entirely and reimagine how I work with this thing, right? I think like the thing that I'm hearing from you as well is like you have to, I mean, it's kind of obvious, but you have to be kind of almost like willing to be stupid, like just constantly learning, right? Because everything is changing. Like the pattern that worked 3 months ago with agents isn't the pattern that works today with agents because the models have gotten better, the harnesses have gotten better.
Exactly.
And you're like, you really have to approach it like super humble. Like even me, I feel like I spend 2-3 hours a night, literally every single day, just what's going on. Now I will say, like, I think that you will, I'm about to show my setup and I think, yeah, I'm doing multi-agent and that does speed me up and things like that. But like, I would also say like, you don't have to be like, I'm running 500 agents at once to be productive.
No.
I don't have to use 80 MCP servers.
Nope.
I don't need a skill for everything. Like the really cool thing is the agent and the agent harnesses and models are improving so much that like, even if you're just like, it don't work with nothing, like it'll grep that thing until it understands exactly what it needs to do and then go fix it, right?
Right, that's exactly right.
And so I'm exactly right. I am exactly right.
You're absolutely right.
You're absolutely right.
But that's kind of the thing. Like once you are adopting the agent, you're already like in the top 5 percentile of what's possible. And then you're really kind of like, oh God, I can do even more, right?
Yeah.
I would say it's hard. It's still hard also to paralyze yourself on like one project, like and have like 5 things. I'm about to show my flow. I think it's easier actually when you have 5 projects and you're monitoring 1-2 tasks from each project, right? I think that's actually at least easier for me. Like that's actually generally how I work. I have 1-2 maybe going at a time on each project, but I can't do the like I have 25 things going on one project yet. So like
100%,
cognitively for me, that doesn't work.
I think we've talked about this before, but yeah, you're exactly right? Like you don't need these crazy workflows that people are talking about. Like there's nothing wrong with a Ralph loop. There's nothing wrong with a gas town. There's nothing wrong with orchestration.
Yep.
But it's just, you don't need those things. Like what is the workflow that works for you?
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, I think that's what's really interesting is, Burke, we kind of had you do like the not as multi-agent approach, but like you just showed us all those little tips that you added, and they're not a laundry list of tips, but they were powerful ones, right? Just adding context 7 and using a custom agent. And just that already unlocked a lot of extra agent capabilities with those extra pieces. So I think that one of the things, to y'all's point, that a lot of people are excited about but also struggle with is the fact that there's just like 10,000 new features coming at you all the time, and it's so hard to know which ones are the right for your workflow. And so that's why I love like getting to kind of see how both of y'all work and hear kind of the process of how you've gotten there as well too. Because I think one of the big takeaways that people can have from this is it's okay to just add a little bit at a time and see what makes sense for your workflow and for your project. And you don't have to feel like you're using every single bell and whistle to get the right mode out. Like you have all these options at your disposal. You pick the ones that work for your worklow.
Definitely.
100%. Let's take a look
let's
at
go to me.
Let's go to you.
The credit card details have been entered.
All right, let's go.
My Amex, corporate Amex did not work, so my boss is going to be getting a receipt from my personal Marriott card.
No, you got to eat that. It's too late.
It is too late. Okay, so what's my workflow? I'll go ahead and go full screen here. Okay, so we have VS Code contributor website. If I go over here, like I also added some customizations just like you. And so I have custom agents here. I actually didn't use any of these. I have code review agents.
You didn't use them.
If you didn't spend an entire weekend optimizing your AI repo and then use 0% of your customizations, are you even a developer right now? So then we have hooks, right? Like, let's check this out. We got hooks. We got a stop hook here. So we're auto-committing every turn. Commits are free. Here's my review prompt, like to the point about multi-model. So like, now that I'm kind of getting to a good state, I would fire this off, and it's actually going to go and spin up a code review with Opus, Gemini, and Codex, have them grade each other's code reviews, and then give me only like the most high-quality comments as like a synthesized thing. So that's like a pro tip. I have this front-end skill that I stole from you. I have a validation skill that I created. We have custom instructions, but let's actually look at this app. Okay. So I'm not going to refresh that page because I don't know what's going to happen. But here's my contributors website. I think I was showing it off a little bit earlier. And we have our HeyGen thing. So should I show this off, like my AI thing? And this is, I will admit, we are on a live stream. I'm a little scared.
We don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know what is the content of this video.
Let's do this, and if it works, we need some confetti.
We do need some confetti.
I don't know. Go ahead.
So I generated this celebration video for our top contributor, which let me go back and see who that was. Leaderboard. Simon.
All
So
right,
shout out to Simon, 23 pull requests.
We have no idea what's in this video.
Let's see what this video gives us. Hopefully also sound is coming through.
Because I don't think we'll be able to hear it.
We won't be able to hear it, but hopefully the audience will be able to hear it. All right, which is also very scary because like what if this thing is saying crazy stuff? So production team needs to be ready to kill this if they
on your toes.
All right, here we go. We're hitting play. Oh, my audio's not coming through. Okay.
Wait, why not?
It should be.
By millions
here we go.
Go back. Restart.
Congratulations, Simon.
It doesn't sound like AI at all.
You've just hit an incredible milestone. 23 pull requests merged into VS Code. Your contributions are shaping the editor used by millions of developers worldwide. Thank you for being part of the VS Code community. Here's to many more.
Wow. That, you know what that reminds me of?
What?
A certain Super Bowl commercial. We need some confetti.
Well, now I need to deepfake myself, so like this is a personalized video for me.
Yeah.
The timing was a little not great in the video, admittedly, but that's pretty cool. We hacked this together.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Holy crap.
Confetti. We did it, Burke.
Yo, somebody should have warned us. What the heck?
You said if it worked, you'd get confetti.
Wait. I have one more thing. So the last thing I did was I asked the AI to just completely rethink this. And instead of having a website, make a 3D world where you could just wander through and meet contributors.
Oh, I love that.
So now, this is what's crazy. Do
You
remember
like
last
just
year?
did this, Burke? Like while Pierce was doing his thing?
No, I was doing it. This was earlier. But
Okay. Like, that was quick.
we did this at MVP Summit. Remember, we were trying to make a 3D world? This was in last March.
Yeah.
And we could not
It was 8 hours. They said, you got to work this booth. I said, all right, let me get HDMI, plug this thing in, let's build a game. 8 hours. I was unsuccessful.
You could not do it. I think there was like a dude and a plane.
Yeah.
And we were trying to get rain to work, and it wouldn't work.
The rain would not
This
work.
is one prompt. This is a one shot. I did not. So here it is.
Wow.
Can I do? How do I give kudos? Click to give kudos. All right, hold on.
Ooh, sound effects.
And
Is that
virtual
confetti? Virtual confetti.
Yeah, that's confetti.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like the progress that we've made. Look at this.
That's one prompt.
Crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy.
This is just one-shotted, and we've got this, like, it's weird. It looks a little bit kind of like a...
Is this 3JS? What are we doing here?
I don't know what this is.
I feel like all Web 3D is 3JS.
Look at that.
Oh, confetti.
Oh.
Dude, I'm sorry. This is the best time in the world to be a developer, man.
You literally are just limited by your own creativity.
You're not going to do that again, are you? Are you going to shoot that thing again? I need a heads up.
The audience loves
I didn't know there was more than one shot in
Do
it.
it for the views.
Ugh!
Boom
Dude,
confetti.
That's so loud. Who's gonna clean this up? Okay. Dude, it is a complete mess in here. All right.
This has been fun though. It's been like, I feel like we need to do these more often. Like it's cool. Like we had a whole bunch of different content throughout the day, right? We had, we started off with Harald showing us like everything you can do, right? In VS Code today. Then we had like some more kind of like different type of sessions. Like here's how we work as the VS Code team. We had some stuff showing off the cool features. We showed off some Copilot CLI. We were building things. We had confetti, right? So I feel like this was like a super fun day. Like I did hanging out with my friends and building some cool stuff.
I know we had the best part of this. We had the best gig. So huge thanks to our presenters.
No, I feel like we could literally watch y'all do this for like hours and hours of just coding.
If they keep sending us cake pops and
Rice
Krispie treats, we're set.
You scarfed that thing down, man.
Dude,
like you went after.
I'm glad we weren't on live when we did that.
Yeah, I was worried for myself.
Well, you can't say anything. You had like two cake pops in a minute.
I'm about to eat a third, and I don't care what you think. Actually, I do. I'm gonna do it
no
when
judgment, judgment-free zone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in.
All right, we have a few more minutes.
Yeah.
We have a few more minutes left, y'all. I'd love if each of you can maybe just say, like, if people come away from this event with one thing that they're gonna start adding to their development workflow to really level up, what would that be?
One thing. I think if I had to give people one thing, it would be use Opus 4.6 to orchestrate GPT 5.3. Use Opus 4.6 and have it use 5.3 to actually implement what it's doing. That would be the main thing. Secondarily, I would say the front-end design skill in Opus 4.6, which I guess I agree with Theo. It's just better. I used to think Gemini 3 Pro was the better model for design, but I think coupled with that skill, he's right. Opus 4.6 is incredible at design. I think it's only, you don't have to have purple gradients anymore.
I know, we've been seeing a lot less of those.
Yeah.
I did. I kind of find it nostalgic in a weird way. Like I like being absolutely right.
Yeah,
I know that
is
some
true.
people don't like it, but I enjoy it actually. What would be my thing? I don't know. Like I think it's actually like less of a feature thing. It's more of like a cultural thing. Like I actually think the biggest. I talk to so many developers like one-on-one, and I also like go visit customers who are doing like big, large rollouts like Copilot. And like by far, I would say the biggest limiter for people like is like just they have to give it a chance, right?
Yeah.
And if you haven't already given agents a chance, like Burke said, with Opus 4.6, the latest harnesses and models, like you're going to get an amazing experience. And the thing is, you have to keep trying because something that didn't work 3 months ago works today.
That's the thing, is that I think that we did a bit of a disservice to people. And I say we as in like the folks who make these tools early on, saying like, this is the future.
Yeah.
And it is, but the problem was at the time that we said that, it really wasn't. And so people would try it and be like, man, this thing can't even write HTML.
I mean, we were talking about like the build conference, speaking of games, we all tried to build like a Frogger game or something like that. It was 60 minutes.
We could barely
Burke
get it
just
done.
one-shotted this thing.
Right, so like the pace of advancement is, it's hard to even articulate to people. And so I would say you're absolutely right. If you tried it a few months ago and you're like, man, that's frustrating, you were right. You should try it again and keep trying it until it works for you. I would agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean, give yourself permission to try it in like not the most extreme context. Like the way I started using agents, it wasn't right away, okay, I need to add 10 new features to VS Code, right? I have a ton of personal projects I'm always exploring, and you learn the techniques, and that's like your battleground for learning all this stuff. And then now that I feel much more comfortable, actually I can apply all that knowledge to a more difficult domain of like the VS Code code base and submit. I would literally submit PRs to VS Code.
It's no different than any other skill. You have to learn it and refine it. It doesn't just show up and magically do things. You have to make it do things.
That's right.
You can just
That makes sense. You can just do things.
The confetti people have left the room, which is really good for my anxiety.
I can't even see my keyboard. There's so much confetti here.
It's probably the cake pops and the confetti boom is not a great mixture for you, Burke.
I feel like I'm at a kid's birthday party or something.
I love it.
Yeah.
We need to make this a regular staple.
Yeah. All right.
Well, thanks y'all so much for the live coding. Like I said, it's always a fun time just watching y'all vibe it out and just see what you can build. I think that it's so cool to see where we're at. Thank you to everyone who's a part of Agent Sessions Day. We do have one more closing segment. So we're going to leave y'all with a couple words from James Montemagno and Maetzel. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much, Olivia. I hope everyone's having an absolutely amazing Agent Sessions Day. I'm James Montemagno, and I get to close out Agent Sessions Day by sitting down with the one and only Kai to talk about not just sort of the present of what's happening in VS Code, but also the future and how the team has evolved and some pro tips as well. So without further ado, let me bring on Kai. It's such an honor just to get like a few minutes, and we kind of want to end the day and kind of want to ask you a few questions. How's that sound, Kai?
Oh, that sounds good. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, the team has been shipping tons. Like, I just love opening up Insiders every morning, and there's a bunch of goodies nonstop, just like, the UI is changing, adopting, and it's just honestly just moving so fast, which I actually love. And even Insiders is not just moving, but also stable as well. So I think about it this way. And the first question I want to ask you is, like, has agents kind of continued to evolve inside of VS Code, and how developers work with them, and just like the experiences, like, how do you see it evolving over the next few months, and sort of the vision of agents kind of being everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, right, I think they all had this moment where we realized the capability of agents, or the models that are actually being used by those agents, right, really increased. Right? And that really changed the mix of how we spend our time, right? How much agentic coding we actually do compared to, the traditional kind of coding, writing our code ourselves, using NES and completions and these kinds of things, right? So that really drastically shifted, right? And I think that kind of move will really persist, right? And will actually spread like wildfire through the developer community, right? Right now, we only have a few people who are really agentic first, right? And I mean, we as an industry, not just we as VS Code, right? But that clearly will change, right? And that means the interactions that you have in VS Code proper, like, for example, agent session management and so on, become more primary actions than the actual code editing or code reviewing part, right? So I think that's really number one, right? That is something that, without any doubt, right, really will continue, and it will be like a wave, right? That will be significant, right? So I think that's number one. Number two is people will actually realize that on the one hand, models are extremely strong, but they have personal preferences, and at what point do they actually accept code so that it, let's say, let's take the extreme point, gets auto-committed, right? What are all the things that you really feel as someone who runs a project that need to happen until you feel good about this, right? And that goes like, okay, have a solid plan to start with, a solid implementation plan, then a solid implementation, then verification and validation, right? Then code reviews of all different kinds of, performance, security, all of this, right? And then really have agents going through all of this step by step, right? And then in the end, you feel really comfortable and say, okay, now either I still go and do some review here, or I feel comfortable that this actually pushes out, right? What level of tests do I need, right? And so on. So I think that is where most of the, how should I say, the fine tuning, or the, figuring out really what your personal workflows should look like, right? What your team's workflow should look like. I think that's a lot of that kind of building your own custom agents, right? And again, we have this whole infrastructure for building custom agents. You've seen that today, right? So I think that's something that really, a lot of people will invest a lot of time. And then based on this, I think we'll learn a lot, right? And by meaning learn a lot of what are best practices, what really works, right? I think people will start sharing these kinds of ideas among each other, right? So we'll see some ecosystem where people really start, saying, hey, I have this particular agent that does this kind of thing really, really well. And if you combine it with those other tools that someone else did, right, that actually creates really good benefits. Yeah.
That's really cool. Like I think, when the plan agent was introduced, it was sort of this first like light bulb moment where you weren't just like prompting the AI, you could actually work with it, iterate with it. And we've seen that really evolve through. And kind of what I'm hearing you say is like these agents that we think of today as, we have a plan agent, we actually have the coding agent, but you're actually saying like really in the workflow of how do we turn these agents into the full sort of life cycle, right? So not just planning, implementation, but reviewing, but testing and having that loop. Like, do you really see like that how we evolve as engineers inside of VS Code writing code is like, we'll be toggling, or do you think there'll be orchestration between all of them?
I think there will be orchestration, right? And the interesting thing is when I say custom agents, right, I'm not necessarily saying that there needs to be explicit custom agent as an entity, right? Because models get better. The next model generation will do some of this by itself and so on. But what I really mean is, as I mentioned before, is the workflow I think a piece of code needs to go through from an idea to be implemented, to be verified and reviewed and, performance reviewed, security reviewed, verified that it really did what it's supposed to do compared to, let's say, the plan or the Figmas that were part of the plan and so on, right? So I think that's really how that needs to come, right? And the easiest way to think through this one is actually through what I would say actors, right? Let's say I gave my code review agent, I give the name James, right? And I was like, James needs to review the code and I'm good, right? It's an easy way for me as a human to think through this one, right? It's not so very technical, it's very approachable, right? And I think we'll all see a lot of this, right? So we humanize these kinds of interactions flows, right? We're not just thinking this like, this is a more advanced kind of CI flow or something, right? I think we will think in actors, and that makes it very approachable to us as humans. Makes it very easy to give feedback and improve certain kinds of things, right? And again, right, you can build this today. The infrastructure is there. You can build this today, and I think you will see more of this.
That's very cool. Yeah, we've seen obviously all of the agents, but also hooks coming out and sort of this workflow, these handoffs as well. And I like that as well. Recently, Pierce had posted something about how he's using a kind of custom review agent, but having multiple, actually one for each different model. Here's a Gemini, here's a Codex, here's a Claude. And I set this up and I recently just really found that having models, just like I would have you review my code, everyone's going to review it a little bit different. Everyone's going to critique in a little bit different. And those personalities are very unique. So I'd encourage everyone to kind of put that kind of actor hat on and say, hey, listen, let's run with these different models and kind of put on these hats of let's go see what happens. Not like you're putting them against each other, but kind of in a way. But it's just like if you were getting multiple code reviews from all of your best friends, you have all of these, agents and models ready to kind of help you code review and do so much more, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely, right? They do have different qualities, right? And we see this. And so there is real benefit out of this, right? When you actually, let's say, Opus writes some code and you let Codex review the code and so on, right? Like Codex, for example, right? I just had this conversation right before I came to you. Is very good at trying to figure out if there's, if the code has good performance or not, and how performance can be improved, right? It doesn't speculate. It really goes in and saying, no, we've got to do this the right way. Let's create a benchmark here, and then before and after, right? And figure out what we can do. And it's really good at this. Why wouldn't you use that particular property of a model in order to improve your code, right? And I think the beauty here is that we, with GitHub as our service provider, right, really have this multi-model story, right? We can use it. It's there for everyone. Right. And so we can really use the best possible model for each job, and we can make sure that they together actually create a good job, right? So as I said, people will experiment with this, right? We'll see more in the community, but I think we will also then change, right, what comes out of the box and how that behaves.
That's awesome. I'm excited to see it continue to evolve, and the team has absolutely just been like destroying it and crushing it. I honestly love every single morning, like I said, waking up. Let's talk about VS Code itself, right? like really the competitive AI landscape is not just models, it's editors, it's the whole world of coding and the integrations as well. How do you and the team really ensure that, VS Code really stays super committed to its kind of core principles of being open and extensible in the sort of AI first landscape?
Yeah, I mean, well, you just said it, right? It's one of our core values. So, and how do we make sure that we are not violating our own values while by checking on them from time to time, right? I think that they're a core part of our development process, right? And since, for example, right, we open source all of our code in the Copilot extension, right, and so on. I think that really was obvious that this is where we're going. Right, so agent loops can be contributed, right? We have bring your own key providers and so on. So I think there's a good fair playing field here, right? And as I just mentioned with the custom agents, for example, right, I also think there's a lot of wisdom in the community, right? So that we want to see really flourishing. I think that's number one, right? And that together with, as I said, the multi-model story that we have, right? I think that puts us in a very interesting spot, right? We have access to top end the line models, right? We verify that they all work, really well, that we can bring them to users, right? And that together with the community and also us, tracking what's happening across the board, right? And going with the flow, that's very important, right? And when I say going with the flow, it has a lot also to do with we will always have been dog fooders, right? You know that, right? So we always used VS Code to develop VS Code. And now we're using agents in order to develop VS Code and improve the agentic experience and so on. That means we are building our own custom agents. And there we realize, something is missing and we push things forward, right? And so that experience from self-hosting, dog fooding, the experience from, what happens around us in the industry, what we hear from our community customers, what we see in issues, right? That really makes us, moving and make sure that, people have a really good experience.
That's awesome. I also feel like there's this, the extension ecosystem and opening up those extensions to really bring in more. We've seen not just, bring your own model, being able to bring your own prompts in, be able to extend VS Code itself, right? I think is really kind of magical, that sort of the things that are built into the box. You as a developer, you can have the Kai extension that does things that Kai wants, right? I've told a lot of teams that have come to me, but I really wanted to do this, or my team operates this way. And I said, well, build an extension for it. You can almost do kind of anything. How does a team think about that extensibility part? Opening up the core of VS Code, right? To enable anyone to build an extension or hooks into VS Code. How has that thought process kind of changed over this last year or two?
I think what changed is what does customization look like, right? And before it was always an extension, right? And then, right, the early extensibility was prompt files, for example, right? But also MCP servers, for example, right? And now there's more. There's custom agents, as we talked about. There are hooks, right, that come into it. So I think it's more around the pretty much a bundling of how you instruct a model, what MCP servers you want to need, right? Maybe you need an extension in order to implement a particular kind of tool that you want your agent to use, right? So I think that's the most common case where people still build extensions as we know them, right? Right. And this bundled up kind of creates a new experience for you, right? And allows you to implement the workflow that your team really needs, right? But over time, I would actually say that building in a pure extension, as you know it, is a little bit less of a need as compared to the old days, right? It's way more building your workflows with custom agents, MCP servers, and so on, right? And now that MCP servers also can create UI within the chat, right? There's an additional level of interactive experiences that you can build, right? So but if you really want to take over, right, you still can create the custom custom editor, custom view, all of this, right? And there are partners who actually do that. So
Yeah, there's a lot more building blocks that you can extend out, basically.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I want to ask you a little bit here, just how like the team has evolved over the last few months, the last year, the processes. You talked a little bit about how the team is developing agents. Can you just kind of talk a little bit more about how the VS Code team at its core is actually, like you said, adopting these processes and how that sort of impacted the team's workflow?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's actually a lot that happened here. But let's give me a very simple example, right? So you start out and you use an agentic flow in order to create code, right? So at the very moment you do this, right? So there's and it's quite standard now that this is automatically reviewed by different models, right? And then only when all of the review comments are actually addressed by this other model made, right? Then you even look as a human, right? And then there are some other folks who actually have built their own complete custom workflows, as I said, right, with a whole bunch of different agents and how they interact and so on for particular tasks, right? We're not just building VS Code, we have an engineering system behind the scenes, right, that allows us to do what we do, right? And we, for example, replace one component of this engineering system. And the person who did that built a whole kind of, army of little agents that have all different rules and responsibilities, and this whole thing got rebuilt, right? And I think that is something that, as I said, right, we learn what we do here, we bring this back into the product, right, with different ways of extensibility, for example, right? And what is it that really needs to be there to allow people to do the same thing? That's one. The other one is speed, right? And it is quite mind-boggling when you think through this one, right? It was always like there was no shortage of good ideas. It was all about execution, right? And if you didn't execute well, none of your ideas mattered, right? And that is to some degree changing, right? Because implementation can be done or can be achieved relatively quickly, right? And if you just think about this logically looking forward a bit, right? Another 2, 3, 4 months, right? New model drops and so on. Then the time of execution actually shrinks. So then you have a lot of time to have good ideas, but then too many good ideas, right? This is like also doesn't work, right? So now it shifts very radically to what is it actually that you built? And how do you bring this to users? And then you have multiple variations of this. So how do you let people play with those different variations and then learn from them and then say, no, this idea here is actually the best. Let's go forward with this one, right? And then how do we communicate to the outside what we are actually doing, right? Because we used to publish it. We still do this, our iteration plans, right? But if most of the time is actually spent in discussing what you want to do compared to actually implementing this, then plans are, a plan that covers an iteration is extremely hard because, all of the ideas you have, you might have implemented in a few days, right? Clearly, there's always some long running and so on, right? But if you just think about UI changes and so on, right, then the actual implementation time shrinks very much so. And that means you have to adapt as a team, how you think about things, how you operate, right? And I think that really is all happening, right? And I think it's happening not just in our team again, right? I think that's really universally happening right now.
Yeah, and I see, especially because I'm so active watching every single team here at Microsoft really adopt and ramp up and new workflows all spurring up all the time, and the building blocks continue to evolve. You see these continuous light bulb moments happening faster and faster and faster. So I want to end it with one kind of fun question for you, Kai, which is like, someone today has opened up VS Code. What's kind of Kai's pro tip, basically, like to get the most out of it, the thing that you do kind of maybe every day, or something that maybe is your favorite kind of unknown hidden feature, or all of those, whatever you want to go into.
For me personally, right, as I said, I'm part of that whole transition into more and more agentic flows, right? And what I realized is that I think I already wove it in some of my answers earlier, right? I have an easier time thinking in personalities and actors, right? And so for me, it's much easier to think through this, what is trusted code for me, right? And for some of my private, personal projects that I'm running, I develop these kinds of workflows in order to see how things are going. And it's really easy. And it's not hard. And it feels like a lot of work needs to go into this, right? But it's not really. You can actually evolve these things incrementally while you're working, right? You can use actually, the agentic capabilities in order to evolve the custom agents, right? You point them at your agent files and ask for modifications and additions and these kinds of things, right? And that is just, how should I say, this is really important, right? Because in the beginning, it was all about, the code is the one thing that is the most important that you have, right? And we removed a lot of other artifacts. And now it's actually somewhat not the other way around, but artifacts now is, what is your project all about? What are the customizations, namely the workflow, for example, or the hooks that you want to have run and so on. And you might not have a single line of code at this moment yet, right? And then you go and actually, start developing your code. I think that's one of those, right? Really having this in mind, right? That customization is the thing that actually brings you to success.
That's awesome.
And the last one is, we're still humans, right? I have to say, I don't get a kick out of writing a spec for an hour or something, right? That's not what makes me happy. I like to, work incrementally, right? My mind is a little bit messy when it comes to this. One idea builds on top of the other and so on. And what I realize is I cannot assume that the code that comes out of this kind of incremental process is actually worthwhile. So what I'm doing is I develop something incrementally, then I create pretty much a spec out of this using agent and saying, give me this markdown spec, and then I just do a little bit of edits there, and then I give it again to a model and say, now implement this whole thing, right? So the first thing is a prototype, and the second thing is the thing that I actually want, right? And I think, try this up. Maybe you'll also get a good result out of this.
I like that a lot. And yeah, stop doing the things that don't make you happy. Spend more time on the things that do make you happy. I think that's a perfect place to end. Kai, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. And thank you for running Agent Session Day for us.
Yes, and thanks for the entire team, the amazing sessions, everyone that's been watching at home. And as always, happy coding.
Happy coding.
Agent HQ is welcoming every coding agent to GitHub.